Happy Tuesday, boys and girls. Just so you know, my face looks crazy. My face looks crazy because Sam beat the shit out of me yesterday. She beat the shit out of me. We got in a disagreement over the Super Bowl. She's a huge Chiefs fan. I had no idea. I was like, okay, sorry, 2 Super Bowl wins wasn't enough. Sorry that I was supporting the birds. Oh, clips are off. Let me turn them back on. So yeah, that's why I look this way. I'm scared of her now, and it's a little, kind of sucks because we have our podcast together, but I don't know what to do. Was she also talking about the halftime show being DEI? She said DEI equals die. Daniel, thank you for the 29 months. Toasty Tara, thank you for the 8. Brenner, thank you for the 18 months. Welcome in, you guys. Yeah, we should probably pin something in the chat that, yes, I know that my face looks this way. It's not my fault. It's because I was supporting the woke team. And this is what happens when you stand up for woke. What is real? Nothing is real. Nothing is real, and everything is real. Yeah, we have Google Maps has changed officially the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America, which is so cool. Gulf of America sounds so sick. Greenland is maybe gonna be red, white, and blue land. Sick. Google Calendar has removed all DEI holidays. Okay, so no more gay month, no more Black People Month, no more Asian Month, none of that. Okay, we're going back to white people only history months. Okay? Alrighty. I look like I've been training for Creator Clash. What if this was my announcement that I am, in fact, a last-minute addition to Creator Clash? No, I'm not. I just got my face lasered yesterday. I went into the derm and I was like, sir, burn it all off. And while you're at it, use that on my brain. Did it hurt? Did it hurt when you went into the dermatologist and they lasered your face off? Yeah, it did hurt. It does hurt. You should see the laser. You should see the other guy. He's totally fine. What did you lasered for? What, pimples? No, I have this scar it's hard to see. It's one of those where people will be like, I can't even tell it's there. But I got this scar because I was getting derm work done and then they fucked my shit up. So I'm just continuing to fuck my shit up. Sam attacked you with a laser? Yes, you guys. I went into my doctor appointment yesterday and Sam was there with a laser. And she tried to kill me. These lasers, they're trying to kill me. Yeah, you want to know how I got these scars? A laser. Nighthawk, thank you for the 2 months. Hogan, thank you for the gifted sub. Anyway, welcome in, you guys. Hope everyone's doing great on this fine Tuesday evening. Didn't realize the lasers were going. Yes, that emote, Kwan laser. You know, actually, I looked in the mirror and my future is just so bright that I burned myself. That's what happened. I'm going to just keep coming up with reasons as to why my face why my face looks like my face. Why is no one talking about this? A cat, that's a shark that's exploding. You know, Ashley, you should stream. You should stream and bring people this news that they obviously need. Okay? I see that in your future. I see this for you. I do. You know? Bring them the breaking TikToks. You need to listen to it. Is it like Wicked?
Jahat yang banyak meresahkan masyarakat.
No, this is the type of stuff I told you. Listen. I told you I have like a limited amount of things that I can watch per day that rot my brain, okay? I do not have the Zoomer brain. I watch that and I don't understand it at all. I don't think you're supposed to understand it. And what happens is that there's a small part of my brain that I'm working to preserve. And I'm a streamer now. I have been for the last 2 and some change years. And so every night it's a battle to preserve a little part of my brain that's safe and millennial. Okay? I need to protect this millennial brain from you rotted Zoomer weirdos. Gotcha. Ooh. It's our job to rot? No. I'm this is the part of my brain that's still like flats and skinny jeans. Harry Potter references, even though fuck J.K. Rowling. So happy for your stream. I got my tooth pulled today. Gersh, I hate teeth getting pulled. I had 5 of them pulled. Vio, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the Vio raid. Welcome in, gremlins. Use the brain rot laser and get rid of it. Yeah, that's why my face looks like this, okay? Because I was aiming for the rot in my brain and I missed.
Look, this is what you see, and you say, I don't know if you guys know this, but Google redraws borders based on who's looking at them and where. So, for example, let's say you're in China, and you say, hey, man, I wonder what the border in between China and India looks like. Better open up Google Maps and take a look. This is what you see, and you say, hey, man, that's actually pretty...
See, this is why borders, they're fake, okay? Get rid of borders.
Pretty cool. That's what I thought it was. Awesome. Now, let's say you're in India, and you say, I wonder what the exact same border in between India and China looks like. I better open up Google Maps and take a look. And that's what you see. And that's awesome! A group of 30 people in the Silicon Valley went ahead and made a geopolitical decision that affects over 2 billion people with no political oversight. Yes! I don't know if you guys know this, but Google redraws borders.
Wait, who is this guy? Connor O'Malley? Yeah. Kate Bush's ex-husband posted this in response to Google Maps now showing Gulf of America. God, I feel so patriotic. I don't know about you, but I am feeling the red, white, and blue, everybody. You know, I have to say, I think America has finally been made great again. That's right, baby. Gulf of America. That's what I'm talking about. Next up, we're just going to rename Mexico America 2. And then we're just going to keep going from there. Cuba, America 3. America the sequel. Yes. This is the future that I want. This is the future that liberals are terrified of. I can feel the prices of my groceries dropping. That's right. You know what? Actually, it doesn't matter, okay? Raise the prices. You want to know why? Because we've got the Gulf of America. And Gay Month is no longer on Google Maps, so who cares about anything else? Greenland, extra snowy America. But how could that be? Because it's called green. You know what we should do? Here's the thing, okay? It's not going to be red, white, and blue land. We're going to change Greenland to how it should have always been called, which is Iceland. And then we're going to change Iceland. Okay? This is how it goes. This is what the Lord wanted. Did you and Sam continue this when you recorded yesterday? It's something. Why is it always about 9/11?
I think it's
I was like, nothing. Remember such a wonderful month though. Well,
I think it's
I was like, nothing bad.
Yeah. There's can't think of any events.
Somehow we always forget.
Yeah.
And we're not
supposed to.
Remember such a wonderful month. Why do I sometimes talk like I'm Julie fucking Andrews in Sound of September's a wonderful month. Raindrops on roses and 9/11. Doorbells and sleigh bells. Truly yeah. You know what? If I ever met Julie Andrews, I would shit myself. Literally. And that is because I have IBS. No, I would probably do, what would I do? Honestly, I would probably do what I did when I met Jessica Lange, which is I just cried and said, "Can I shake your hand, please?" I'd have a whole speech plan and then just be like, beep, beep, boop, boop, ba-da, beep, boop, boop, beep. Just got here what happened to my face. See, guys, this is why we have to pin it, okay? Somebody put it in the pin. Put it in the pin that Sam and I got into a mild disagreement over the Super Bowl. And then she proceeded to beat the shit out of me. And I just let her because she was obviously in mourning that the Chiefs didn't win a third Super Bowl. So I was like, just take it out on my face. Okay. All right. That's what Mahomes and Kelsey are doing to each other. They're just punching each other in the face. Oh, hi, TT boy. It's the TT boy. Her face is the result of a mild disagreement between her and Sam over the Super Bowl. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, this is the last time I will say it, but the real answer is that the truth is that I do whiteface every day, and I ran out of my makeup. So Unfortunately, today I couldn't do it. Today I couldn't do it fully because I gotta stock back up. No, actually, the truth is that I found out Hassan Piker is a socialist, and I confronted him, and this is what happened. Never confront Hassan Piker for being a socialist, because he will just violence against women. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I know. And then I had to pay for my own ambulance. As he spat on me and was like, "Ha ha, that's what you get. Medicare for all except for you." Yeah, somebody write this up as an Instagram story, please. Please. Exactly what I just told you. Get his ass, please. Hot Chip and Lynn, thank you for the 14 months. Yeah, Medicare for all unless you're a woman of color. Spat on you. Some girls are so lucky. You know what? You know what? I'm not even kidding you. There are too many people who would gladly let Hassan kill them. They'd be like, please stab me again. Yeah, right there. Hey, no growls. No. Like, if it turned out he was a serial killer, they'd be like, oh, I can't believe he didn't serial kill me. All right, so anyway, we got shit to talk about today, you guys. As always, another day, another dollar. And by that, we have I want to talk about the Super Bowl performer who brought out the Sudanese and Palestinian flags. I want to talk about the Eric Adams having his charges dropped. Because here's the thing, y'all. As long as you bend the knee like a whipped bitch, then you will have Donald Trump's, you'll get whatever you want from him. So if you fuck up in your life, just be like, start tweeting at Donald Trump, okay? And be like, Donald Trump, I love you so much. I'll do anything. I'll kiss the ring, whatever you need. Like, we're seeing this. He pardoned Blago. As somebody who is from Illinois, crazy to see Blago's name pop up again as like another guy who Donald Trump went, yeah, I'm gonna pardon him. Yeah, you know, we're gonna throw it back. A little nostalgia here, because remember, if there's one thing that Illinois is just so good at, it's producing really corrupt governors. You got New York City, corrupt mayors, Illinois, corrupt governors. We just do it better than anybody. Yeah, where's the Law and Order people, okay? And I don't mean Law and Order as in the Republican right. I mean Law and Order as in Elliot and Mariska Hargitay. Could not remember her character name. She's just Mariska Hargitay to me. Where's Mariska? New York. New York's got crime. Where's Olivia? Yeah, Olivia Benson. Where is Olivia Benson? Where? In New York City. Corruption in Illinois seems more competent than New York. I mean, Blago was pretty fucking stupid. He tried to auction off a Senate seat. He was like, hey, who wants it? Who wants it? Everybody. Who's the highest bidder? Speaking of auctioning money, I also wanted to take a look at Adam Ruins Everything's video on why is everything gambling now? Because, my God, everything is gambling. Truly. You cannot... You can't watch sports. You can't watch TV. You can't go online without getting it twisted. Everything is gambling. We're also going to take a look at what is happening with the ceasefire between Hamas and Israel. And spoiler, Israel has violated the ceasefire repeatedly. Spoiler. For the past week, every single ad break I've seen on Twitch has contained a gambling ad. I hate that so much. Seriously. I hate it. I hate that. All right. So I want to start off by watching Macklemore's new video. And I just have to say, here's what I have to say. Shocking. I have something to say. Jay Hearn, thank you for the 27 months. Oh my God, you just got a Gambo ad? Enough! Enough! We don't want to get it twisted. Enough. Anyway, what I would say is this is a PSA to everybody. Can we please praise Macklemore without being like, Macklemore's music sucks, but I got to give him credit for. Like, let's just be like, good on Macklemore, okay? I have to say that, all right? Enough of the, needing to preface Macklemore's continued bravery in actually putting his money where his mouth is. Actually putting forth art that is, that's the real deal. I'm sorry, but Thrift Shop is a certified banger. Yes. You don't have to be the biggest Macklemore fan, but all I'm going to say is let's not act like this is Katy Perry's Macklemore is Katy Perry post 2015. Okay. He robbed Kendrick, but I forgive him now. Right. We're at a point now, especially the last year and a half, that Macklemore has just been he's been on it, okay? He has been delivering. And so no more of this, yeah, Macklemore sucks, but I got to give him props. She was at the thrift shop right before this. That's right, okay? Hogan, thank you for the gifted to Macklemore. Sensitive Shelp, thank you for the 7 months. Happy Paradox, thank you for the 5. Coda, thank you for the 6 months. No, I'm not doing any more Macklemore hate, okay? All right. Anyway. Here we go. CJT, thank you for the Prime. Salem, thank you for 2 months.
Yeah. Stand for something to fall for anything. I'm sick. But it's game time. Hey, the world's on fire. We don't own the water, y'all. It may
Like, this
tire
goes
for
hard.
a couple dollars, y'all. New era usher, but white supremacy is still in charge. Talking colonizing Gaza from the White House lawn. But the people mobbing, and we ain't backing off. Finally see the oligarchy and men that control us all. Tax breaks for the elite, and then they taxing y'all, killing Palestinian kids, and we getting hit with the cost.
Okay, I'm just going to pause. If you're like, yeah, but he's no so-and-so, well, then have your fave put out a song like this. I don't hear nothing. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, Macklemore is doing it and no one else is. Okay?
Why the fuck you think you can't afford the rent in your building and you can't afford groceries and debt in your feelings, and you know how the West thinks it's all about the West Banks. Call a ceasefire, then start annexing the West Bank. How you think Israel gets money for the best tanks and Netanyahu loves Trump? He's like, yeah, thanks. That's your money, and yes, it's all connected, and they controlling your feed. The information that they censor, blocking hashtags. Can't say free Palestine. This 2 weeks in, think where we'll be around July. But you know us Americans, out of sight, out of mind, and they know it too. That's why they running game on our lives, but they got me fucked up.
Pedro Steve, thank you for the 7 months. Red Viper, thank you for the 2 months. Punch Kick, thank you for the Prime.
They got me fucked up.
They
And
got
Elon, we know exactly what that was, bro. They got us fucked up. They got us fucked up. They got us fucked up. And Elon, we know exactly what that was. You can buy my mosque, but you can't buy faith. You can't kill people, resistance grows in the wake. And while our president sends billions to Israel safes, ethnic cleansing's never gonna make Israelis feel safe. More blood, more weapons, more money, more oppression, more hate, more fear, more walls, and more settlements. The colonizer just spoke to us at the White House. What we said was gonna happen is happening right now. Nah, they marching home. Yeah, that's resilience. Millions celebrating like the world was walking with them. You in the palm of God, no man will ever catch you flinching. They can never burn the olive tree that lives within them. The next 4 years, it's time to ride. Fuck ICE, free Congo, Sudan, and Palestine. If you still haven't said shit about the genocide, know your grandkids one day are gonna ask you why. They got me fucked up. They got me fucked up. They got me fucked up. And Elon, we know exactly what that was, bro. They got us fucked up.
Mini Coopers, thank you.
They got us fucked up.
Thank you, Italic Man.
They got us fucked up. And Elon, we talking cobalt on the next one.
I mean, listen, y'all. Like, Macklemore is truly like one of, if not the artist that is his size, who is out here not mincing words. Okay, there's no like having to decode the message. There's no subtle resistance. Like, he is and has for the last year and a half been telling it exactly like it is. Right. No shortcuts, blanket truth. So to me, it's not even well, don't really love the beat. Who else is doing this? Seriously. Like, I'm sorry. Kendrick Lamar has been silent on Palestine. Okay? So I don't want to hear about Kendrick in this conversation. Kendrick won a Pulitzer? Yes, he did. Kendrick has not spoken out about Palestine. So what I'm talking about when it comes to Macklemore is that really he is showing up in a way that other major artists are not. You know? And he has been for the last year and a half. As a huge Kendrick fan, I've been incredibly disappointed that he hasn't said anything. I mean, most major artists haven't, because it is that step that you take. You know, it's like, okay, you can be, you can speak out on these other causes. You can be like subversive in these ways, but Palestine for so many people is it's the wall. It's the line that they have yet to cross. And it's because it is very risky for your career. I mean, Macklemore has absolutely has absolutely taken hits to his career because of how openly he has supported the Palestinian cause and how he does not mince his words. He calls a genocide a genocide. Shout out to the guy that got tackled for holding up the flag during the halftime show. Yeah, we'll watch an interview with him because we know who he is. He's talking about why he did what he did. So, anywho, oh yeah, if you want the link, I think someone posted it, but I will post that right here. Lupe Fiasco is another one who's been outspoken, but he kind of died out. Yeah, it's not to say that like other artists haven't been outspoken on Palestine, but like for me, when it comes to artists who are Macklemore's size, you know, artists who have won Grammys, artists who have sold, you know, like millions of records, who, I mean, I don't know what Macklemore, I don't know what his stats are, but Macklemore is no small fry, and how he has not let up, right? This wasn't something where he took a lot of heat and so then he decided that it was too much of a risk to keep speaking out on Palestine this way, where it's not just him speaking as a person, but as an artist. If you cover Doge and DOD later, yeah, I mean, I'd rather drink bleach, but also it is like, there's a lot of topics that I'm like, oh my God, I'd rather drink bleach than read a word about this. But it's also like, this is who's running the government. So, yes. Okay. Isn't Lupe a flat earther? I do not know about that, but you know, who isn't? Who's not a flat earther these days? Scalador, thank you for the bits. Maria, thank you for the 8 months. Tim Pool's hairline, thank you for the 18 months. Fennec, thank you for the bits. What would you guys do if you found out I was a flat earther? What if I was like, yeah, what do you mean? Like, why are you saying that to condemn him? What if you found out after like everything that I've presented myself as for the last 2 years? It's like, oh yeah, by the way, I am a flat earther as well. All the other things I do believe in. Tier 3 immediately. Do I hear 10 gifted subs from my fellow flat earthers? Yeah. You think that shit's round? Joke's on you. I would ask for a detailed explanation because it would be fun. Yeah. Please explain yourself. Well, here's the thing. I have been to the ends of the earth, and I will tell you that it just drops off, okay? Because it's flat. There you go. Scalador, thank you for the bits. You got us fucked up. If it was flat, I could jump off the edge. Because that would be nice right now. Okay, the earth is actually round. So please don't get any ideas. I'm back on being a round earth truther. The earth is not flat.
God more than I fear man.
Okay, so here's some other thoughts that I have. All right, and I'm not trying to be like purposefully inflammatory, okay? I'm not trying to be a contrarian or anything. My thoughts on the Super Bowl halftime show is that the most important thing to remember is that it's the fucking Super Bowl halftime show, okay? So for people on both sides of the aisle who are like, Kendrick's performance was revolutionary, I disagree. But for the ones who are like, I can't believe Kendrick didn't burn it down, I'm also like, what are you talking about? What? Seriously, what did you expect? The NFL sued MIA for millions of dollars when she threw up the bird. When MIA did the Super Bowl like a decade ago. You guys remember that? And she flipped off the camera like this. MIA, who now has gone down like such a right-wing rabbit hole, but once upon a time was super cool. And they tried to sue her into the ground. And she ended up settling. So that's just one example of how no matter what, no matter who it is performing, you know, Pulitzer Prize winning Kendrick Lamar or Bruce Springsteen, like, it is the Super Bowl and it is the NFL's show. So they do not fuck around. So like, you know, this isn't really like a full-throated defense of Kendrick, but I think he pretty much did what is within the, within the limits of what you can do to be subversive at the NFL halftime show. And also the goal at the end of the day is putting on an entertaining show. You're getting paid a lot of money. There's a lot on the line. And your goal is to put on a good show. Kendrick got censored saying po-po for police during 2022. Yes, and it's why, like, he didn't say the word pedophile, even though, of course, you know, he still did Not Like Us. And there's the, you know, meme of him looking at the camera now. Because of that, like, he, you know, not being able to say the word pedophile in his biggest song of the year because it's the Super Bowl halftime show. So anyway, my thoughts are like, I think we need to stop looking at art as kind of as subversive art as like all or nothing, where if this doesn't cause the revolution, then disregard it, right? Then it's trash. Then it's not, you know, it's not worth like we can't have any enjoyment of it, because it's not that. Like, that's not how we should look at. That's not how we should look at performance. That's not how we should look at you know, music and art. But also, especially not at the Super Bowl halftime show. So I thought that Kendrick, you know, he used some cool imagery. I don't think it was particularly deep. But again, I understand that, like, I looked at that and went, it's the Super Bowl halftime show. I didn't expect more than what we got. And the, you know, the bravest moment of the night, truly the revolution will be televised moment of the night, was the performer who was hired to be part of the field. So there was like hundreds of people who are not the dance, like not the main dancers, but they are hired to like be in the field. He was hired about a month ago, and he has had this planned. And so this guy had a lot of opportunities to back out, and he still did what he did. And he is banned from the NFL for life, which, oh no. But he got the message that he wanted to get across. So let's
Now, a producer turned protester has raised Palestinian and Sudanese flags in front of thousands during rapper Kendrick Lamar's...
I think it also isn't as deep to people like us who already understand the message he was trying to send. Yes. Now, I know it was confusing to some people like XQC, what Kendrick was saying with the imagery of his show. But yeah, I think it's something that, again, subversive does not equal necessarily revolutionary. So you can have imagery and music and lyrics that is, you know, that is thought-provoking, that is cool, that is, you know, that isn't just playing it 100% safe, but it doesn't mean that it is necessarily profound and revolutionary. But for some people, I guess it's too much. Some people really either didn't understand it, which is crazy because you had dancers who made up the American flag fall into a swastika. I don't think that that's that complicated to get, but I guess maybe it is. And then you had, of course, a lot of people claiming that it was the worst halftime show of all time, which is crazy to say. I do find it interesting that most of the people who say it was the, and I'm quoting here, worst Super Bowl halftime show of all time, not just like, I didn't care for it, or I was underwhelmed. Worst halftime show of all time. It's interesting that a lot of those people have something in common. They think U2 is better. I mean, really, it's like, should we revisit every single Super Bowl halftime show since 1993 when Michael Jackson changed the game? You know, because there's a lot of shit ass shows in between 1993 and 2025. I'm sorry, but are you really going to tell me that you think Maroon 5 is better than Kendrick Lamar? Really? Sunday morning is what gets you going? I'm gonna disrespectfully disagree. As somebody who in 7th grade had Maroon 5 on my green iPod, so I think I can stand on this ground, okay? I think I can speak on this topic, all right? No one tops Prince. In my opinion, the greatest Super Bowl halftime show was Prince. I agree with you. With no peace and no love, no way is JT or Maroon 5 better than Kendrick. Yeah, or just like the like the bevy of aging rock stars in like the early 2000s who really, do you need to, like seriously, should we go back and revisit a lot of these performances? I think people might when they think of the halftime show, I don't okay, but here's the funny thing too, is like, I know that the Aiden Rosses and all these dudes who said this was the worst halftime show of all time, like, I know that they are not holding this up to like Beyonce. Okay. I don't see these guys as, Kendrick is bad in relation to a Beyonce or like, I'm trying to think of who else, major spectacle. Yeah, maybe like maybe they would say The Weeknd. The Weeknd seems to be someone who I think would have appeal for the people online saying that Kendrick's is the worst show of all time. But anyway, the other thing is that Kendrick Lamar is Kendrick Lamar. He is not a guy who does costume changes. He's not a guy who's gonna like pull a Pink and fly through the air, or like come in riding a lion like Katy Perry. That's not what he does. Like, can you fucking imagine Kendrick Lamar coming in on a lion? And it's not to say that Pink doing the crazy flying shit isn't super cool, but I think that there are people who watch the Super Bowl halftime show and have in mind one exact way that the Super Bowl halftime show should be. This is my favorite analysis about his jeans. Yeah. Wearing jeans was crazy, I have to say. As somebody who really hates wearing jeans when I have to move at all. Like not a fan of jeans if I have to move around. Although these do look like comfortable jeans.
He's too short, whatever. Everybody has an opinion. What I don't see people talking about is the history and the symbolism of bell-bottom jeans and how this may have been a very intentional creative choice for this performance. Bell-bottoms were originally a military style. Here are Navy sailors from the 1800s wearing their bell-bottoms. These had a purpose. They were easier to take off in the water. They were easier to roll up.
Here's the thing. This is the type of analysis that I think that I think someone like XQC is looking at, and like, not that I think he's watching this, but he's going, how am I supposed to know that? Where it's like, okay, that was not, like, Kendrick's performance does not require a knowledge of history in the way that this woman who's making this Instagram video has, right? It's like, did you really not understand anything in the show? Like, you didn't get the American flag into the swastika or Samuel L. Jackson as Uncle Sam, you know?
In case they had to go into water. So there was these weren't like a fashion choice. These were utilitarian. In the mid-60s, military style became mainstream as a way to protest the Vietnam War. People were wearing bell-bottom jeans in America to express their discontent with politics, with the government, and with the way that society was heading. Bell-bottoms symbolized freedom, self-expression, counterculture,
I got it. Can I be honest? I think she's going a little too far.
rebellion. This era was marked by activism, the women's rights movement, the civil rights movement, the anti-war movement, the Black Power movement. All of these movements were happening.
I think he just likes those jeans. I got to be honest.
In the 60s. Even though bell-bottoms have fallen in and out of style over the years, they do have this historical association with speaking out against injustice and with activism. This show was a political statement. And Kendrick performed this show in front of the President of the United States. So I think these jeans may have been an intentional part of the creative narrative. In case you're wondering, the brand he wore...
it is literally giving the curtains are blue.
So if you want to go spend $1,200 on a pair of jeans, I mean, it's your money, not mine. By the way, this photo, this is going to live on my phone. And when I'm feeling extra petty, I'm just going to start texting it out. Kendrick Lamar's bell-bottom. Yeah,
okay. See, that is I hate to do like the friend who's too woke meme, but it sometimes it's a just because we could doesn't mean we should type of thing. But anyway, FD Signifier's take is one I agree on. What was his take? There was a lot of intentional choices and also a lot of not intentional choices. Yeah, I love the idea that there's no such thing as Kendrick just having liked those jeans, and instead there's an entire, there's entire historical analysis behind why he chose those jeans. FD's take. How long is this? Let me see.
So let's talk about this Kendrick halftime.
Let's see. This is 20 minutes. Okay, I actually am interested in hearing his take. Let's see.
I'm sure. Yeah, so let me explain myself. I baited a little bit with the title here. I am satisfied with what Kendrick gave us last night. I was worried going in. I was nervous for him.
What, in the green screen?
I know Kendrick is very much an artist. Excuse my kids yelling in the background. They're playing Tekken. They're playing Tekken 8. I'm very proud. So this was pretty much the exact halftime performance that I wanted and expected from Kendrick. Because what I didn't want to have to do is give Kendrick the same treatment we gave Beyonce when she did the Black Panther halftime show almost 10 years ago now. That's haunted her really since then, if we're fair. Let's get the clear politics out the way. The NFL is a multinational evil corporation, one of the worst. Do millions of dollars worth of propaganda and support.
Like, I don't know if you guys noticed, but this year the NFL did not put the end racism in the end zone for the Super Bowl, which, not that that was any real type of activism, but that's like as far as the NFL will take it, and they're not even doing that anymore. They're like, I don't think so. Actually, I think not.
For the American military apparatus.
End racism? I don't think so. Keep racism going.
He was brought in by Jay-Z. We all know the problems with Jay-Z. He would not be allowed to do much or say much as the halftime performer. And so what ends up happening is we get what Beyonce did, which is we're going to symbolically do something radical. What it ends up being is the co-option of that radical energy. I don't like that shit. I'm happy Kendrick didn't really do anything. There's a possibility that there's things about the halftime show that I don't fully get yet, and I'll be waiting for other people to deep dive into it to say, oh, this meant this, this meant that. I thought the Uncle Sam thing was cute. I think what we got at best was a meta commentary on what it means to be a Black celebrity performing this type of event, which was pretty cool. If you didn't catch it, the show basically had 3 acts. Act 1 was Kendrick trying to be himself. Right, he starts out with that unreleased song. I think somebody said his name, Bodies. He says the revolution will be televised, which, you know, and we introduce Samuel Jackson. I think it's a very purpose of the line delivery.
Well, I have to say too, I think one of the issues, I don't even know if it's issue, but when Kendrick Lamar was announced that he was doing the Super Bowl halftime show, like since that announcement to when he performed, Not Like Us and his beef with Drake was always going to be the dominating element of his show, because that is what has captivated. That's what has captivated so many people in this country over the last, I don't know, however many months it's been. Like that has been a huge moment in culture that was, the last week culminating in the Grammys and then the Super Bowl. So it kind of felt like the show itself, a lot of people were watching as just, a lead up to when he was going to do Not Like Us. And he even has the part of the show where he's like, where they start to play the, they start to play the beginning notes of Not Like Us. And he kind of makes a joke like, ooh, I'm not supposed to sing about this. They teased it out. And then he does, brings in SZA. They do a couple more songs. And then he finally does the song as his second to last song. And that's when, like, the crowd goes crazy.
Gets up and says, hey, it's your Uncle Sam. And he says it just like
he broke the record for most monthly listeners of any rapper.
I think that's the commentary.
I think also his Super Bowl show was the most watched in history because of Not Like Us.
On Snoop Dogg and Nelly and all of them, because at the end of the day, they're performing for Donald Trump. They didn't know that going into it, but that was the performance. You have Samuel Jackson as Uncle Sam. Samuel Jackson has a pretty radical background. For those who don't know, like Sam Jack is was about that life in his youth before he got into acting. There's a story about him at Morehouse College and some other students taking over a campus building, but he was about that life. And so you see at the beginning, Kendrick is being a bit more aggressive, and you're like, oh, maybe we will get something that is provocative. Again, I want to be clear. I wasn't looking or desiring anything provocative from Kendrick here. I'm still refining. I'm developing new takes on like what I want from Black art in our political reality right now. But I do know I don't want half measures from Black artists anymore. I don't want them to try to have their cake and eat it too end up just doing something that's co-opted and counterinsurgent. I'm just over that. Sound mixing was ass. We'll get to that in a second. So yeah, so he has this first.
Yes, if you watched the performance live versus if you went back and then watched it on like YouTube or whatnot, the sound mix was shitty, which is crazy because it's the fucking Super Bowl halftime show. Who's Nith? Thank you for the prime. Pope of Clowntown, thank you. People Kiss, Lives Ghost, Indie Zor L, thank you guys. What was I had something in my brain. Oh, somebody asked, I don't understand the Serena Williams part of it. So there's two reasons. One, Serena Williams back in 2012 at Wimbledon after she crushed Maria Sharapova in the finals. It was like 6-2, 6-0 or something like that. Serena was dancing on the court and it was like the media lost their minds and thought it was just the most disgusting, distasteful thing ever. She was crip walking, but she even joked. She's like, the way that she crip walked at the Super Bowl was not even close to what she did at Wimbledon. She like, it was crip walking in, as far as the media looked at this and was like, this is gang violence. But it was just so silly. It was so silly and clearly like racially charged, as so much of Serena's career has been, as she has been reported on, as she has been treated by, by her peers, by the organization, the National Tennis Organization, whatever, I can't remember what it's fucking called, but and by the media. So anyway, it was kind of a it was a like callback to 2012 having Serena out there. And then because, the Super Bowl is the biggest American sporting event, it pulled 124 million viewers. Like, it's insanely huge. And then the other part of it is that back in like 2015, 2016, Drake was obsessed with Serena Williams. I think they like maybe had gone out. I don't even know if that's fully confirmed. Like maybe went out for a second, but he was obsessed with her and was pretty much stalking her. Like, I don't know if you remember from that time, all of like the clips and pictures of him just always being around her, like a stalker ex, and how he just came across as such a loser. And then she got married and had a baby, and Drake in one of his songs had a line about her husband being a groupie. Like he was just being stupid. And it's just hilarious too that he called her husband a groupie, because it's like, buddy, only one of you in this equation here married Serena and had a child with her, and it ain't you, Drake. So yeah, he was just being a loser. And anyway, so there's that history between Drake and Serena, and so that's why Kendrick brought Serena out during Not Like Us. Plus, added bonus is she's also from Compton, and Kendrick's always paying homage to the community. Yeah, many reasons for Serena Williams to be out there, but those are the two main ones. I never knew how creepy Drake was to Serena. That man has been creepy. Like Drake has been a weirdo. Drake has been a weirdo, and it's why when you look at the response to Not Like Us and how it was like one of, if not the cultural moment from last year, it's because it's been a long time coming. Of Drake, yes, he is very popular. Okay, he has tons and tons of fans, very successful. But there's also, for a long time, been a fuck Drake mentality. Been a like, Drake's a fake. Drake is a weirdo. He's a loser. And so it culminated in the in the beef between Kendrick and Drake that people just could not get enough of Not Like Us.
First act, he starts out with the body song. The body song is,
Can we go over Serena Drake thing? Wait, I just did. Did you go to the bathroom? I just did a wait, are you serious, Derek? But why male models? Is that a mobile chatter? But why male models? Are you serious, Derek? I just told you. Anyway, okay. Yeah, it's been fuck Drake since 2015. It's been, I would say, a decade plus of people being like, when is someone just going to take out Drake? I don't mean literally, okay? Obviously.
Is as provocative as I think he got. And
Yes,
then
Serena's
Samuel Jackson
husband
tells
is
him
a
to calm
co-founder
down
of
and play the
Reddit.
hits. He calms down, plays the hits. We get Humble, DNA, both actually relatively aggressive tracks. We get this American flag motif. I've had a lot of people read that differently. I stand by the point.
Like, this is what a weirdo, what a petty little bitch this guy is. Drake posts a photo with Serena Williams' former agent. He stays weird. He stays weird.
I said earlier, which is not earlier, but like months ago when I talked about this, which is I'm not much for reclaiming the American flag. You know, I'm sure there's a logic behind it, but it falls flat for me. However, it is clear he was trying to say something there. What? I'm not sure. Again, I'll be waiting for other people to really break this down and like give the full talk on all the different symbology. I do think it was purposeful that the American flag was made up of all black men. There's something to
DEI.
that. That's not an accident that he got all black men to make up this American flag. There's people saying, well, this is, speaking to how America is built off our backs, or, the relevance of black men's voting patterns. I don't
Worst
know.
Super Bowl
But it was
halftime
something
show
I didn't
ever.
quite get
No
it.
white
Whatever
people.
it was, I don't think it was meant to be very explicit or demonstrative in his messaging. I think he just wasn't allowed to do that. And, fine. Like, again, I wouldn't have wanted him to do much more than that, because it's on the fucking Super Bowl. It's just, to me, it makes more sense to do something not so provocative on that stage, because it immediately becomes co-opted. There's a great video. I think Broy Deschanel made it. And I also talked, I don't know.
Shout out Broy
This particular
Deschanel.
take developed to me all at once. I got it from a Broy Deschanel video. It probably was Dr. Ball. Looking forward to what Dr. Ball says about this. I'm sure he'll have some classic stuff on it. And somebody else, they talked about the fact that there's a thing called jester's privilege. Broy Deschanel talked about it with the Barbie movie. And basically, it's a really slick co-op counterintelligence type thing that happens with these giant corporations and these giant media companies.
I'm glad he got shot in Degrassi.
Where they will allow themselves to be critiqued on their platform, in their media. They will say, yeah, you can like the Barbie movie. Oh yeah, call us all the things. Call and tell all the things. Talk all about all the bad parts of our company, but in our movie.
Yes.
And so what they do in doing that is they immediately undercut the critique. So having Barbie be criticized heavily within a Barbie movie, it ends up being a half measure. I'm happy that Kendrick didn't go much further than he did, because I'd have been more annoyed by him doing something more grand on the NFL's dime. It's just, that's me. I'm sure there's a take that's different that I don't get, and I'm looking forward to hearing those. Maybe I'll change my mind, but that was me. So he plays the hits, then SZA comes out, he throws a little jab at Drake. We'll get to that in a second too. They do some more hits.
Yeah, I think the comparison with Barbie, so the reason that he's comparing them is he's saying what I had said, where it's like, you can be subversive, but to a point, because remember who is putting on the show. Remember who is funding this movie. Barbie was never going to be revolutionary, and now it was feminism 101 for a lot of people who watched it. And I don't want to like take away from people who watched Barbie, and it felt, felt like moved by its feminist elements, but I do think like you have to keep in mind that it is very simplistic feminism, of course. But like, if you expected Barbie to be anything other than what it was, then I don't know why. And same with Kendrick at the Super Bowl. I think it's like, bear in mind the context of this performance, or bear in mind that a feminist Barbie film is still being produced in conjunction with the company that owns Barbie. It's a multi-million dollar budget. Like, they are going to make it palatable. It is feminism, but simplistic white feminism. And so if you enjoyed Barbie, great, but it's not something that was ever going to be revolutionary or particularly profound. And that's okay, right? It's like, I think this is what I'm talking about, where not everything is black and white. Not everything is like all or nothing. And yet at the same time, I think being realistic, and also your analysis not resulting in what you in making something more than it actually was.
And then Sam Jack comes the second time to correct them. Probably the most overtly provocative moment was the snippet of Man at the Garden he did, where he was on the corner, and it's all these very overtly black male images on the corner with him under the streetlight. Brother with locks and golds. Everybody's got white tees and jeans. That again speaks to this motif of like us not going anywhere, us being a black.
Like, I'm just laughing at the idea of Kendrick Lamar getting up on stage and like calling out the NFL, right? Calling out the empire that is the NFL. Or like explicitly calling out Donald Trump by name when he was there. Like, I really just didn't expect him to do
Black men
that.
specifically being a clear part of the national fabric. Yeah, cool. SZA comes out and yeah, somebody said it. Oh no, I don't agree with this. Everybody's mic was trash. SZA's mic, SZA did not feel ready for the spotlight. I don't know if that was just mixing in the thing, but the sound was so much louder than her. Like, I could barely hear her on All the Stars. Audio engineer was not ready for the big game. Then Sam Jack comes out and he like speaks to the fact like, all right, you did good. Everything was safe. We go home. And then he comes back and he does not like us and turn the TV off.
What happened to artists boycotting the NFL show? Well, when Beyonce and Jay-Z continued their relationship with the NFL, I think that really sent a message, right? And I think there's conversation to be had there about the fact that, a lot of these artists have chosen to work with the NFL, but when it comes down to it, it is money. It is the fact that the NFL halftime show is like the biggest stage that you will ever get, even as one of the biggest, artists in this world. Like, the NFL halftime show is seen by 100 million plus people. Just to put it in context, the Grammys, which is the biggest night in music, the Grammys was watched by 16 million people this year. SBR, thank you for the 6 months. I mean, you get into it. You get into that question, which then, I guess you can really extend to a lot of the relationship between artists and corporate interests. Don't forget, Beyonce has taken money from dictators to perform for them. Yeah, I mean, I really don't want to get into like the whole Beyonce of it, because I want to wrap up this conversation on Kendrick's performance. But I think FD also has criticized Beyonce being presented and presenting herself as like a revolutionary in music, where he's like, no, you're not. But you know, it is like it's the question of, when you are an artist at a certain level, like Beyonce and Jay-Z are, where you are billionaires, okay? Beyonce and Jay-Z are billionaires. How revolutionary can you actually be? Because to be true, you know, to be as revolutionary as possible with your art means to go against everything that makes up your, you know, that makes up your career. And you know, they're the fact that they are billionaires, it ends there, right? It begins and ends with there. And I think Beyonce is an amazing artist. I do. And I don't think that takes away from her talent and from her being one of the greatest of all time. Like, she really is. But like, you have to stop yourself if you believe that Beyonce and Jay-Z are revolutionaries. Like, they're not. And I don't think that they need to be necessarily, but there are, like I said, I think people who will project onto these artists, especially ones who have used subversive imagery and have, you know, in their music and their lyrics been subversive, they will project something more onto them. I was a bit annoyed at Hassan asking for more. He's not going to do much at this level. The message I got was he recognizes there's issues, not the revolutionary. It will not be televised, AK. This is not something to consume. It's something to do. Yeah, I think it speaks to the conversation we've been having over the last month and over the last year and a half with respect to artists and the moral issue of Palestine, where, you know, I am not somebody who believes that artists need to speak out on every single issue. I'm not somebody who's like, we need them because they are our leaders. I don't think so. I think that they are important to the culture, and yet they are not the revolutionary leaders that I think a lot of people have expectations for artists to be. And of course, like, I have been disappointed in the silence of people who I greatly enjoy as artists and who in the past have used their platforms and used their art to speak out on other issues. But I think it's really like, I don't know. I do not expect the biggest artists to be revolutionary whatsoever. Like, you saw the moment that the protester, the performer, was running across the field with the flag. He was literally tackled by security guards, right? If you expect that the performer on stage was going to do what that guy did, then I think you were expecting too much. And I'm not trying to say that, like, I'm not trying to excuse I'm not trying to excuse artists for being silent on Palestine. I want to like be clear about that. You know, it's why I also started off by praising Macklemore, who has been putting his money where his mouth is, who has been taking major risks. But I think like I'm trying to explain that you can still enjoy a performance and you can still recognize something as being subversive without it being revolutionary, if that makes sense. And the last thing I will say is I think too what has happened as a symptom of stan culture, and I'm not saying this is Hassan because Hassan does not stan artists because he doesn't listen to music. But I think a symptom of stan culture is that because of this reliance on artists in that has like become unhealthy, fans really do look to them as like the leaders that they desire. And I don't think that is a good mindset to have. You know? And I think that's where these expectations come from, that that your fave artist is like gonna lead the revolution.
TV off, he does only the second verse with the mustard part, or I don't know if that's maybe the third verse. Is there 2 verses? I don't know.
Actually, yes, Hassan does stand one person, and that is LeBron James.
So Turn the TV Off has a
that is
again some subversive stuff going on there. It has the game motif at the beginning, and so this is my take right now. Again, Kendrick is recognizing that he's a part of a game and playing a game. Turn the TV off. A lot of people did. The Super Bowl lost 1.8 million watchers after the the halftime show, from what I hear. And maybe there's a through line between the revolution will be televised and Turn the TV off that I'm just now thinking about, because
I think he said turn the TV off because the Chiefs were getting killed. I think he said turn the TV off because this game sucks. Don't waste your time because this NFL game is a piece of shit.
Take away and think I would like.
It'll be the activists, the oppressed, so hopefully the trade unionists who start it, not artists. Yeah, I think also we have to redefine activism. You know, I think even this applies to especially this applies to political commentators, even your favorite leftist political commentators. Like, you know, having strong morals and you know, an ideology that is in solidarity with the working class does not make you an activist. And I think when you really look at the work that activists are doing, like who the real activists are, you realize the gulf between those who preach, you know, be it music or on stream, and like real activism. Does say something about the mindsets of our different generations. When you go back to the 70s, most of the music was controversial, very much critical of the political climate and events happening at the time. Whereas now that Macklemore songs are the first song I've currently heard that kind of matches that energy. Yeah, I mean, if you watched A Complete Unknown, which is the biopic about Bob Dylan that Timothée Chalamet stars in, and that if he does not win an Oscar, Club Chalamet is going to go on a mass murder spree of members of the Academy. There is a central conflict in A Complete Unknown between the folk hippie singers of the 60s, like Pete Seeger, who Ed Norton plays, and then someone like Bob Dylan, who starts off in folk music, but is not really interested in any political action, and kind of is a guy who's like, yeah, I just like how this sounds, you know? I thought this sounded good on the guitar. And Woody Guthrie, exactly. And so there's a conflict between that, you know, this group of folk artists and folk fans, listeners, and then the you know, the beliefs, well, non-beliefs of someone like Bob Dylan, who for him folk music was just music versus it there being a purpose beyond, in the way that the music of, you know, Woody Guthrie and Pete Seeger, as well as the people behind that music, how they felt about it. So is that bad? Like, we don't like Club Chalamet, but what's losing a few members of the Academy? Yeah, 2025, one of my predictions was Club Chalamet is arrested for murder. So, you know. But anyway, back to what you were saying, Domo, about the change in how music, you know, music being political. Music is still political, right? But I think I think that you can look at how culturally, you know, music is still part of protest, right? Like you go to a protest and you're going to hear songs. Like, music is inextricable from politics, but there is also this mentality, which I don't think, you know, didn't exist in the 60s and the 70s, like it did, but that music should not be political, and also that artists, you know, our artists have their job, and their job is to create art, and you know, the role of an artist as a political activist is not necessarily part of the deal. I think when you look back on the 60s and 70s, more like counterculture artists were also involved in actual protests, right? Like, they would be there at the Vietnam protests. They would be there outside of the White House and whatnot, going on TV and saying very incendiary things against the government. I think the corporatization of art is something that you can get into, you know. I'm sure that there are a lot of YouTube videos by people who have spent a lot of time researching this topic, where, you know, you look at, as artists became more of brands, as they became, you know, billionaires, as art became corporatized, the effect that had, as you know, the effect that had on art as political activism. Music can document a revolution, but revolution can come about by the contradictions being. So, like, the way I look at it is, art should inspire you, right? I think I look not at artists as leaders of the revolution, but as creating art that inspires people to join the revolution. If you listen to a Kendrick Lamar song, or if you listen to Beyonce song, or I don't know, even fucking a Taylor Swift song, and you're like, you know, that's part of your journey. That's part of what inspires you to join the fight. Then I think that's, you know, I think that's great, and I think that makes the art not revolution itself, but a tool. Which top leftist streamers don't practice what they preach? Huh? Why did you ask this 3 times? I don't think that, I think you're missing the point of what we're talking about here. It's not about leftist streamers, not like it's me. What I said was, and I am sure that the top leftist streamers would agree with me, is that there's a difference between being a leftist commentator and somebody engaged in activism. And one thing that's, you know, that's good about leftist streamers having bigger platforms is that they can highlight, that they can platform people who are out in the field doing the work. You know, so for instance, the firefighter stream that I did with Hassan, we are not like, Hassan would say this, and I will say this, like, we are not activists in the field of, you know, dismantling the mass incarceral system. But what we did was used a platform where 25,000 people were watching live, and then hundreds of thousands of more would see via YouTube videos or TikToks, etc., to excuse me, to highlight the work of you know, the work of nonprofits, of actual incarcerated people who are the best messengers, who are, you know, have dedicated a lot of time and energy to dismantling mass incarceration. Streamers give platforms to on-the-ground activists. They are the broadcast system for revolutionary action and messaging without it being twisted or yeah. So what I'm just trying to say is, like, I would never take the title of activist, because I do not want to act as if I am doing the same type of work as someone who has dedicated their life to activism. Hard to tell if people are baiting or just outrageously stupid. Welcome to Twitch. That is always the question. Being overt about your politics isn't the same thing as activism, but it does get people motivated to do more. Yeah, I mean, look, for me, I'm also not solely a political commentator in the sense that, like, I cover everything that's happening in politics. I've been clear from the start, from when I started streaming, that I am someone who has, you know, leftist ideology, who believes very much so in collective action, in you know, being in solidarity with one another, and wanting to see the beliefs that I have implemented at every level of government. And a lot of what I do is pop culture coverage, and obviously infuse my leftist ideology with my pop culture analysis. So I look at, you know, what's happening in pop culture, specifically often what's happening in the film industry, and usually apply my commentary, my analysis, etc., my thoughts, my yapping through what my ideology is.
Like to put out there from the halftime show is people need to stop looking for artists and people like Kendrick to be revolutionaries. Take your ass outside. I saw a lot of people that seem to be upset and angry that Kendrick didn't do something bigger and more demonstrative with Trump there, with Americans, America watching, after this election, with all the stuff happening in our government right now, et cetera. And you want Kendrick to come and be your catharsis for all the things that you need to be handling yourself. And he's like, nah.
It's very U.S. to blame individuals, not institutions. I also think like the whole individual thing, which we'll, talk about again when I talk about what the latest update with Chapel. But this isn't about an individual rapper. This is not the revolution will not be led by Kendrick Lamar or one individual artist, and it's not how you should be. As I said before, let this inspire you to be the change that you want to see. Sorry to be so cliche. But I think this is also something Hassan says. Hassan is the biggest leftist commentator, leftist streamer, but he also has always been very clear that he doesn't want your political journey, your journey, towards fighting for a progressive future to begin and end with him. It's like a gateway, so to speak.
Turn the TV off. That's how I'm gonna take it. I fucks with that one. So yeah, I think that's the best he could have did. Would I have, as a Kendrick fan and a person suffering in this current political reality right now, I would have loved for something big and overt and dynamic from Kendrick for this.
Begin with
Super Bowl
Hassan and
performance.
end
I
with
would have loved
Caroline.
that.
Yes.
That would have been amazing. I don't think that would have been the right thing, because what we don't need from our artists right now is catharsis. Whatever desire you had for Kendrick to go up there and do something big and grand and meaningful that makes you feel like you're part of the resistance just by watching him, for him not to do that for you and to force you to sit in that energy, I think that's the best possible thing he could have done. That's how I feel about it. I didn't want a big grand thing from him. I wanted exactly what we got. What we got was a cool, somewhat provocative, a couple little nuggets, halftime show with just enough meat where people feel like there was something there, and maybe he was, maybe it wasn't. I don't know. Again, I'll let other people analyze and come up with their takes, and then we move on. Yeah, there you go. I think I hyped it up to be bigger after I heard the president would be there, and knowing who Kendrick is, I should have known.
You know what? I thought Kendrick Lamar was going to shoot Donald Trump. I cannot believe. When he said big surprise, or like Shonda Black said that he was going to kill Drake live. Obviously I am not saying that in that I was if my FBI agent is in here, that's not me obviously promoting that. Okay, it was a simply, knowing who Kendrick Lamar is, and that something was going to happen at the show. Just if I am talking about what my, what if I had to say what I thought might happen.
You cannot and you should not, like anybody that feels, if you felt vexed after Kendrick's performance because it didn't give you the catharsis,
not here anymore.
take that
Doge has
energy
cut all their funding
to the streets this week.
To the Doge person who's in here, to the 25-year-old who's probably tweeted that he hates black people, who just says slurs on Maine, to the Zoomer Doge employee who's in here.
You can go to a meeting, hit the Google, see what I guarantee you there's a mutual aid fund in your city or state you could be donating to.
Yes, I was worried
you could
for
be doing
Trump.
so many things to get you that same catharsis that are actually
I was
more
worried for
meaningful
Trump.
and
They
useful
didn't take that into
than
account.
having a big celebrity say the thing for you on TV. Kendrick is not your savior. We're 3-4 years deep into that slogan at this point. The only other thing that's bad about it is the vocal qualities. It hit me that Kendrick is the first rapper to completely do the Super Bowl by himself. The last time we had, it was Dr. Dre and Snoop and Kendrick and Eminem, that was pretty good, but they got to split the effort. I don't know if y'all understand, especially for a rapper. It's hard for a singer too, but for a rapper, that's a really hard performance. Like to be running around doing limited choreography, to remember all your lyrics, to cut out the curse words, to do a lot of that.
Make sure you don't say pedophile.
That is top tier breath control. Like people don't know, like rapping is not easy to do, period. It's not easy to do live.
The NFL sued
and you
MIA.
add choreography and running around a stadium or football field to get that crisp say Drake. That was really impressive. If only the audio engineer could hold up his end of the bargain. It was very, very, very impressive in that regard. All right, let's talk about the Drake slander. That was the most satisfying part of the performance for me. I knew they would play Not Like Us. They played it at the Grammys. The lawsuit doesn't have any teeth. I was like, they're gonna play Not Like Us. To preview at the beginning and throw in they would sue line, I'm like, oh, okay. I like that happened. To get Euphoria, I didn't think we were getting Euphoria. So I was happy about that. You know, you didn't get all of Euphoria. We didn't get the best parts, but still, it's like.
Rapping is hard as a white kid once, I can confirm. What do you mean as a white kid once? Like, what? You used to be a white kid, but now you're no longer a white kid. Yes, it's called race changing. And it's possible. Yeah. RCTA. This is somebody who is a successful RCTA spokesperson. Hi. Oh, okay. Yeah. This is Ariana Grande's alt. Everybody, we have Oscar nominee Ariana Grande in chat.
Like, oh, okay, we're really in there. The Uncle Sam character's like, we're playing it safe, all right, let's take him home. And he's not happy about Not Like Us, which again, you know, there's multiple meanings there. First, we get the Say Drake line where he looks at the camera. I don't know what it feels like to have that happen. Never has a rap beef taken the national stage. The president saw Kendrick Lamar call Drake a pedophile. It was funny looking at right-wing Twitter, seeing them try to make sense of what
Trump did the Euphoria. Is this fucking play about us?
They saw, but they all, like right-wing, this is how you know what the best, clearest parts of the performance were. There's parts of right-wing Twitter that are really angry at Kendrick Lamar because they just saw a black person saying stuff and they said DEI, woke, and you know, whatever. There's some parts that are trying to say, yeah, this is an affirmation of how great the country is and Trump, et cetera, et cetera. So obviously that's not the case, but you know, whatever, somewhere in between. But all of them understood fuck Drake. Like all of them understood that this was bad for Drake. And so to have Kendrick do Not Like Us, he didn't say pedophile. He cut that out. They probably told him he couldn't say that out loud. He's cut.
You didn't have that one white kid handing out mixtape. Mine was Morgan Wallen, no lie. Are you fucking serious? You went to school with Morgan Wallen, who was handing out his mixtapes? Sometimes I cannot get enough of the chat lore. Somebody will come in here and drop some crazy lore. Sadly, yes. Morgan Wallen let me just say that there are so many people I know who I did not take as country fans who are obsessed with Morgan Wallen. I'm like, is it the N-word that got you? Like, I cannot believe how many white people I know in my life who are Morgan Wallen obsessives, but like it's just Morgan, like they don't even necessarily listen to country music. One time Morgan Wallen came to my friend's house and drank with us and we were all underage. He took our phones and he screamed the N-word. You know, I feel like you're probably making that up, but also that is something that could be that could be true. I will say, when it comes to country music, though, I do find Morgan Wallen's more tolerable as somebody who is a country music hater, okay? And it's not because of the clips of Morgan Wallen saying the N-word, which, let's be real, I think you might be hard-pressed to find a major country star who's like not Kelsey Ballerini or Casey Musgraves, who has like a clip of them from 2016 drunk and saying the N-word. There's good country music, but you gotta dig. This is where I become such a boomer, where the country music that I like is from like the 60s. I am open about the fact that I like most genres of music except country, unless it's more on the folk side. Like I'm much more into folk than I am like country, especially modern country. That's not boomer, that's just good shit. Yeah, I will say overall though, my music, if you have been here for a lot of the starting soon of my streams, you know that I play a lot of oldies. I really, really love a lot of music that probably your grandparents listened to.
Cut a lot of things for this. But when he did the A minor line, they turned the lights up in the stadium, they turned off the music so you could hear 50, 60,000 people from all over the country and the world.
So
and
you love
all I can do is
you love the
imagine
rockabillys
that
in Japan?
there are people in there that didn't know what was happening, that still don't know what the hell was happening with this beef. As a community, the other people in the crowd said, hey, look, there's a part of this song coming up, and I need you to yell A minor as loud as you can. And somebody said, they zoomed out so you could see them, so you could see the crowd. That's just wild business. And I don't really know. I don't know what to say with that. I hope
you
that
fuck
this is the cherry
with
on
Kid
top,
Rock?
because I'm overall done with the beef. I was looking forward to this.
Not like
for
Lauren
that
Boebert.
final victory lap.
Did you guys see that Lauren Boebert supposedly was seen getting into a car with Kid Rock at like 2:30 in the morning?
I'm actually looking forward to Drake with the Melodies.
You know what? They are
I'm looking
perfect for
forward to
each
hearing
other.
Party Next Door and Drake's album. I know there's gonna be at least 3 or 4 songs I'm gonna like. And I think that's all I got. The performance was mid, and not in a bad way. It was literally a medium measure. It was taking the medium route on a difficult.
He said mid, but not
role to play
derogatory.
as a conscious political rapper. You can't compare this to Prince. You can't compare it to. I think Usher did a better job last year. You know, it was better than Rihanna a couple of years ago. I love Rihanna, but that was a pretty bad one. It wasn't better than The Weeknd a couple of years ago. People didn't like The Weeknd's one. I love that Weeknd performance. That was like watching an anime opening live. It was so weird and out there. If there's one thing I'm gonna hold as a victory from a GOAT, is that there was some guy in the background with a Palestine flag that also had Sudan written on it. Did he get on TV? Did anybody see him get on TV? I didn't see it, but he definitely was there in the show as a part of what was going on. I don't know how he got there. I
He
hope
was
they
on
don't try
TV,
to
yeah.
charge him with
I'm pretty sure he wasn't right? Like, I think you can see it for a moment. There were a lot of clips of people who were at the actual Super Bowl that were posted online and went super viral. But I think he was for a moment visible. It wasn't like a close up or anything.
terrorism in our current political climate, but he was on the GNX. He was on the
I'm
call.
sure they cut
So
it
part of
from
me
the
feels like that was
broadcast
not
after.
an accident. I feel like you don't get to the core of the show's main prop. So like, that's dope. That's one subversive thing that came out of it. But again, that wasn't on the main stage for everybody to see. Yeah, he was dressed just like a dancer, so I don't know. That's pretty much it. Yeah, I think this is a fair take. Kendrick's performances are close enough to the edge.
It's still there.
Most of the time. I knew we weren't getting.
It's still there because they probably want to show off the part when he gets tackled.
Something super heavy when he cut Hate Popo out at the last Super Bowl performance. When he cut Hate Popo out of the Amazon performance. This is a paid check. It is what it is. And again, my thesis is that's an overall good thing. I would prefer radical art remain radical and not co-opted by putting it on the Super Bowl on Fox, right? Where we gotta watch Fox News anchors do Super Bowl commercials. Like, maybe I'm weird for that. Maybe I'm weird, and I'll hold that. But I don't want performative radicalism anymore. I'm over that shit. So the fact that he gave us a mid-half measure, best possible outcome, Panther Fist homage at 1. Oh, they did do that a little bit.
Doesn't the NFL have a couple seconds delay because of the Janet thing? Yes. After Justin Timberlake ripped part of Janet Jackson's top off in 2004, they implemented a tape delay. Almost all live broadcasts do. Yeah, I mean, accounting for shit happening that they don't want to be on TV.
I do recall that might be like a top tier moment for like radical acts on the stage. Let's do a little Black history. In my head, everybody knows this, but I understand that a lot of people don't. What Killer Porpoise is talking about here is Tommy Smith and John Carlos were Olympians. This is 1968. This is after King has been killed. This is the height of the Black Power movement starting up in the 60s. They win their medals and they put on black gloves and put their fists in the air. And here is the difference and like an important distinction to make for like real radical performance art, doing something that's really radical. There's real risk involved, right? And there's consequences. And the bigger the stage, the bigger the consequences. These two men lost their medals. They took the medals away from these men when they got home. They didn't get them back until like the 90s, if I'm not mistaken. Mm-hmm. Do you want Kendrick to risk his career for a performative message at the Super Bowl? You might. Me personally, no. I don't think it's very useful. This moment in the 60s, critical mass for the Black Power movement, much bigger deal than the political reality we're in right now. I prefer people not to overreach what they're actually doing. I do not think that in the mainstream, hip hop is in a very healthy place. It's just not. What are you gonna do? And so I don't think there's a lot of discrediting that can happen. I know something weird is happening because I was playing Madden the other day and a country song came. That's how you know hip hop's not in the best place. If you understand Madden, to have freaking Jelly Roll song pop up while I'm playing Madden blew my mind. You haven't heard a non-rap song on Madden in like 15 years. But they were like, you know what? We need to switch it up. Let's get some Brett Weiland. The best thing happened last night for Kendrick Lamar. He left this performance with his legacy intact. He did not embarrass himself. He did not do anything that's going to get him dragged by Black Twitter. He didn't put himself on any extra government lists. I don't think you can ask for anything else except for better sound mixing.
Yeah, the FBI agent in charge of monitoring Kendrick Lamar got to rest easy last night. Corporate AF, thank you for the 2 months. Moon Flora, thank you 19. Huge Res, thank you for the tier 1. Dova Bear, thank you for the 5. Errol, thank you for the 21 months. HMG, thank you for the 19. Sarah Nix, thank you for the 2 months. Artists don't need to speak out on every issue. Just don't be like Gal Gadot or Mark Hamill. Yeah. Take Twitter away from Mark Hamill. SBR, thank you for the 6 months. Mina, thank you for the 2. Thanks, y'all. All right, now, okay, we took a little detour there, but let's watch the interview with the performer who brought out the flags last night.
Halftime show at Monday's Super Bowl. Zulkarnain Nantambo says he was part of the show's production team. He says the gesture was meant to raise awareness about Israel's war in Gaza, as well as the civil war in Sudan. Nantambo was detained and questioned by security, but has since been released. Well, Zulkarnain Nantambo joins us live now from Miami, Florida. So your protest video holding up the Palestinian and Sudanese flags at the halftime are all over social media. Tell us a bit more about why you decided to do this.
Alhamdulillah. Well, I felt I didn't have a choice because I was selected to be a part of the halftime show, and when I saw what my position was, it was a great stage, a large stage, and we know as a practicing Muslim, our Prophet Muhammad teaches us if you see a wrongdoing or you're aware of a wrongdoing, you must stop it with your hands. And if you can't stop it with your hands, stop it with your tongue. Speak out against it. And if you can't stop it with your tongue, try to stop it with your heart, meaning pray about it. And we know that's the weakest of faith. So I had an opportunity on a grand scale to bring awareness or speak out against a wrong.
I like that he said prayer is weak sauce. He's like, look, obviously this guy is very religious, very spiritual, but he's like, it's about taking action, and prayer doesn't cut it.
Of our Muslim brothers and sisters, because we know if one part of the body is hurting, all of the body is hurting. This ummah is one body. So I didn't want to face my creator and not with a sign of weak faith, when I knew I had an opportunity to show I didn't have weak faith.
So let me ask you, do you have any cultural or family links to either Palestine or Sudan, or was this purely a gesture of humanity and support for those affected by these wars?
Yes, humanitarian. I'm a humanitarian and I'm a Muslim. So we're spiritually connected in Islam, and we're human, and we're connected with empathy for humanity, because we're all human beings, God's creation, and they're oppressed. And we know God answers the prayers of the oppressed. They are suffering. They're treated with injustice, and it's on a wide.
I would never call prayer in itself weak. We're talking about when you are when you are fighting against oppression, when you are taking action in the form of resistance. He's like, I had the ability to use my hands, which meant to bring out the flags of Sudan and Palestine to send the message that I wanted to send, to be in solidarity in the resistance that has been going on for a long time against the oppressive powers.
Scale, and nobody.
Islam literally teaches that prayer is not enough and you need to act for a better world. Yeah, and I think, here's the thing. When it comes to political action, how many times are thoughts and prayers what is served up? And it's not to say that, if you are somebody who prays, that, that's like you should be denigrated for that. But when we're talking about taking real action, when we are talking about praxis, when we are talking about fighting against, against oppression and fighting for a better world, like what he is saying is that prayer is the last thing that in order of the things we should be doing, the things that we should be prioritizing.
Nobody is really giving it the light that it should get, at least working toward a change. And I wanted to show the solidarity to those afflicted by this and their families and loved ones, that they're being remembered here in America. And they're being remembered here in America, not just by me, but by others. And it'll strengthen all of our faith. It was not about countrymen. It was more about spiritual.
Okay, let me jump in and ask you. I mean, do you think the protest or your protest is likely to damage your career? Are you worried you may find it difficult to get work again, given what happened?
I trust in God, brother. I wanted to pass that. I fear God more than I fear man. I fear loss of wealth. I fear loss of anything else. I fear losing.
I wish that for others who cite religion as the reason for, to justify oppression, I wish that they feared God as well. For those who invoke the name of God as a way to violate people's human rights, I wish that they felt fear. I wish that they could envision the burning fires of hell and how they got a nice, cozy spot waiting for them. For many, I wish hell is real. Yes. Yes. As somebody who is not religious, I do hope that there is some form of hell for people who have, especially those who have used religion as justification for violence. But for all those who treat human life as something that can be disposed, as a way that you can rank human lives.
The pleasure of Allah. And it was clear to me with the signs of the show that Kendrick had the American flag and human bodies. He had his PG Lane flags, and it was also many signs for me to show those flags to show how we're all connected.
Yes, because I think you mentioned in a previous interview that Kendrick Lamar was a source of influence for your protest at halftime. So what was it about Lamar that drew inspiration?
It's crazy because this is what we were talking about during the FD Signifier video, where Kendrick is not gonna, I don't expect Kendrick to go out there with a flag as a form of protest. But here is somebody who was inspired by the words of Kendrick Lamar, who obviously is a Kendrick Lamar fan. And, that coupled with his sense of, his moral beliefs and his, what guides him through life. And he has cited his Muslim faith. But and so here's an example of what I had been talking about during the FD video.
Drew inspiration from?
It wasn't a source of inspiration. I believe I was inspired by a creator, but he was confirmation. Seeing his show, when him talking about the revolution being televised, him having scenes where the American flag is made out of in a human formation, him having his own company's flags flying around. I saw those all as signs for me to incorporate the flag. Him having Samuel L. Jackson playing Uncle Sam. The whole theme being conscious, revolutionary, to make
Secretary
one's
Transfer,
consciousness rise and show unification of people. And I thought that I could contribute to taking it to the next level with this activism and protest and enlightenment to make other people aware of what's going on in other parts of the world. A lot of people didn't know what was going on in Gaza. A lot of people didn't know what was going on in Sudan, and they feel like they're not being represented properly. So I had the opportunity to represent them on a global scale, and I had to take that opportunity.
Yeah, and
just even to get the prayers of the people.
Okay,
it was worth it just to get the prayers of the Palestinian and the Sudanese.
Yeah, in response to your protest, the NFL says you'll now be banned for life from all NFL stadiums.
Islam is firmly, overtly political in its call for action in the face of injustice. That's arguably the biggest reason why it's targeted the way it is in Western society. Well, also because many followers of Islam live in countries that the United States loves to invade so that we can suck up all their resources for our own imperial interests. And so it is in their, it is in their interests to paint Islam as a religion of evil, as a religion of those who wish nothing but death and destruction to us innocent Americans. They must be stopped. They are evil. Religion isn't bad. It's people who taint it and use it as their own personal weapon that make it bad. Yes, I have always said, as I know a lot of people feel, that for those of us who are not religious, it is not the problem of religion itself. It is the way that it forms the foundation for institutions and governments that use religion to oppress the masses. It's the way that religion, for some is taken to the extreme, which then can result in acts of violence. It's the way that religion is used as a tool of oppression when, those who wield it that way are going against the very teachings of the religion that they purport to follow, right? When you have these ultra nationalists, these fascists in the country of the United States, where many of us live, who talk about the teachings of Jesus in the same breath that they, scream about needing to keep trans kids out of sports and stripping away bodily autonomy from women. Like, they are being extremely hypocritical in the name of Jesus, in the name of God, where the actions that they take are antithesis to what somebody like Jesus stood for. A person whose teachings was that of care for the poor, the sick, the weary, and the hungry. Love thy neighbor. Love thy neighbor, which means make sure that they cannot stay in this country. Love thy neighbor, which means if you are not cis, if you are not white, if you are not male, then you do not deserve equal rights. Is that loving thy neighbor?
Some all events. What's your response to the ban, and would you still have done it if you'd known the risks?
The risk of a ban? I was afraid I was going to get sniped by a Secret Service's bullet. I can watch a football program on the television if I choose to, sir. And I don't like large crowds anyway.
He said,
okay, all right.
He said I can watch football on TV, and also I hate crowds. This man is so real.
Tumba, really good to get your thoughts and to tell us about what happened to you there at the halftime. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Thank you.
Wait, can I tell your people to follow us on FFF_Zulkarnain, please?
Fantastic.
Open book platform.
Fantastic. We'll do that. Thank you, Zulkarnain.
God bless.
I love how this guy is great. He's great. I relate so heavily to what he said, where he's like, I'm banned from the NFL. I can just watch it on TV. Whereas for me, I'd be like, oh no, I'm banned from the NFL. Guess I never have to watch football ever. Like, if Will ever tries to make me watch a football game, I'd be like, I'm banned from the NFL. I'd be like, yeah, but we're in our living room and I'm watching. I can't. I'm banned. They'll arrest me. Sorry, do you want me to go to jail? Oh no. Oh no, I'm banned. But it's the Jets home opener. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, but I have to draw the line somewhere. Oh no. Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Alrighty. Let's take a look next at since we are talking about Palestine,
Saturday in
look at the update here with the ceasefire.
Gaza and the latest release of Israeli hostages. The three men looked gaunt and unhealthy, spurring
Your CIA agent would be tasked with stopping you from watching. Yes.
criticism from the Israeli government of their treatment and driving greater urgency from hostage families for their captive loved ones to be released without delay. But delay is exactly what Hamas is now promising, saying next weekend's round of releases will be postponed. Hamas blames what it calls Israeli violations of the ceasefire, delaying Palestinians' return north, failures in facilitating humanitarian aid, and targeting Palestinians with airstrikes and gunfire. Yesterday, Israeli troops shot dead 3 Palestinians among a group that approached the Israeli-declared buffer zone in the north of the Strip. Israel's defense minister has called Hamas's...
You know, Israel has a history of violating ceasefires. And I think this is something where, you know, we know the history of them violating ceasefires, but to see them in now this situation doing so as brazenly as they are, right? Continuing to lie. Like we knew what would happen, where they would say, oh, Hamas is, they're, you know, they are the ones who are violating the ceasefire here. It's not us. But it's the lies are so brazen because of how we have seen since the ceasefire was first announced that Israel has not stopped, and that, you know, in the lead up to the ceasefire taking place on Sunday, that they did not stop and continued to bomb and kill Palestinians with gusto. Like, this is something where maybe you are somebody in the past who would not, you know, didn't know, wouldn't have thought that Israel was the entity constantly violating ceasefires, but now you see with your own eyes.
Statement a violation of the ceasefire deal, instructing the military to prepare at the highest level of readiness inside Gaza and to defend surrounding Israeli communities. Even before Hamas's announcement, Israel's prime minister was harangued in parliament by opposition members accusing him of risking the return of the hostages. He accused them of wanting to capitulate and talked up President Trump's surprise vision for Gaza's future, announced during his White House visit last week.
The historic meeting with President Trump was the most important, the friendliest, and the most significant I've ever had with an American president. And I believe that there was not a more significant meeting with any other prime minister of Israel.
Right, and it's like, are you really going to believe that Israel has not violated this ceasefire repeatedly when Netanyahu was just with Trump at the White House and the two of them openly talking about ethnically cleansing the remaining Palestinians in Gaza, where they are just so brazen because they can be. So it's like, it's not difficult to connect all the dots when they are themselves telling you what their intentions are.
We'll build beautiful communities for the 1.9 million people.
President Trump, meanwhile, doubling down on his plan and more. No equivocation.
Even the title of the video, Suspect Gaza Ceasefire, Hamas Suspends Hostage Release, Blames Israel. Of course. Like, a more accurate title would be Israel Violates Ceasefire Agreements, Hamas Asks for a Pause to Hostage Release. Well, it's like, here's a great example. Yeah. 9 paragraphs into today's New York Times story on the situation with the Gaza ceasefire, readers are informed that Israeli officials and international mediators said that Hamas's claims were accurate. So it's burying the lead here, where they don't have in the headline or in the, opening paragraphs of reporting on the ceasefire that Israeli officials and mediators are backing up Hamas's claims that Israel is failing to uphold their end of the deal, that Israel is violating the ceasefire.
This time, Palestinians would be displaced to Egypt and Jordan permanently.
Think of it as a real estate development for the future. It would be a beautiful piece of land.
Would the Palestinians
no
have the
big
right
money
to return?
spent. No, they wouldn't, because they're going to have much better housing, much better. In other words, I'm talking about building a permanent place for them, because if they have to return now, it'll be years before you could ever. It's not habitable.
That may be an apt description of Jabalia in northern Gaza, but one that doesn't account for the determination of its people to come back here and not to leave again.
This is impossible, impossible. No one would be willing to leave their homeland and emigrate. It is impossible. We die in our land and will not leave.
My response, I will remain in this country and on this land. If I die, I will die here and not leave Jabalia. I will not leave Jabalia camp.
In the occupied West Bank, Israeli military operations continue at an intense pace. An 8 months pregnant woman among those killed yesterday. And in East Jerusalem, a Palestinian-owned bookshop, long an institution, raided. Its proprietors arrested on suspicion of selling inciting material. This was always going to be a critical period, halfway through the first phase of the ceasefire. Now Egyptian mediators quoted as saying the entire deal is at risk. Talks for phase 2 postponed, with Hamas blaming both Israel and a US president who wants to empty Gaza and whose guarantees no longer apply.
Well, with me now is Hussam Zomlot, the Palestinian ambassador to the UK.
Man, it is truly such a great injustice that never ends. And I think there's a lot of people who, I ask you to consider what it would be like to be in the position that Palestinians have been in for a long time, and take right now, where you have been bombed relentlessly, many of your family members killed, your home destroyed, most of the infrastructure in Gaza destroyed, and what's presented to you is this plan that, oh, what's going to be the best thing for you because this place sucks, and I wonder who made this place this way, is that you will go live somewhere else, right? And there are, of course, many liberals, many across the political spectrum who will be like, well, they're offering them, they have their interests at heart. They're offering them a new place to live. And it's like, this is their home. And you look at this and you're like, well, why would you want to live there? This is their home. And for 77 years, they have rebuilt and been refugees many times over. And all the time have said, this is our home. Where else are we supposed to go? No other land. And it's amazing how easy it is for people who have never, ever gone through anything like this to expect that Palestinians should just do this. Why? Without asking yourself, why should they have to leave their home again? For 7+ decades, they have been forced to be refugees time and time again. And it's never asking the question of like, why? Why should they have to leave? With Gaza as destroyed as it is, thanks to Israel, why should the only solution be that Palestinians no longer will live in Gaza? It's horrific. And it's not saying like that Gaza is a great place to be right now. Of course not. But rather than say, why wouldn't Palestinians want to leave? Why didn't Palestinians, why didn't they go south when they were being bombed north? It's like, the question should be, why are they being bombed? Why are they being cleansed? Why are they being forced to leave in the first place? For that matter, even if you assume that relocating them is moral, which is not, why doesn't America provide them shelter? Because they're the ones. Of course, they're like, no, the surrounding, the surrounding countries, not Israel, should take them in. My family is in a town called Batunia within the West Bank. This is the most terrified I've ever been for them. The level of bombings in Jenin have gotten worse. My town will be next soon. I'm so sorry. It really is something that most people will never experience this, and a lot of people lack the empathy to understand why this is so morally wrong. Hold on.
How close is the ceasefire to breaking down, do you think?
It's very wobbly, and the last few days I've seen Netanyahu saying publicly that he does not want to go to phase 2. He does not want to end the war. He wants to extend phase 1, already frustrating the mediator, and it is clear-cut. Netanyahu, the Israeli government, does not want to end their genocidal aggression on Gaza, and therefore they have killed 100 Palestinians in Gaza since the ceasefire agreement and implementation. They have killed dozens in the West Bank, displaced 35,000 as per the United Nations from Tulkarem and Jenin in the West Bank. They have detained more.
It feels like punishing the victim for being victimized. Yes.
More than 580 Palestinians in the West Bank, despite the fact that they had to release few hundreds. So the situation is very clear. Netanyahu wants to find any pretext to actually not go ahead with the ceasefire agreement as it is.
So do you think Hamas has done the right thing by announcing this delay?
What we need to make sure is that Hamas and all parties involved will implement the ceasefire. Breaking this agreement is an.
The hostages are the leverage that they have. So of course they are going to stop releasing the hostages, which is part of the ceasefire deal, if Israel is repeatedly violating the ceasefire. If Israel is withholding aid still, they are, continuing to kill Palestinians, the logical thing that Hamas would then do is to withhold releasing more hostages.
Non-option. We have got to continue on this path.
So do you say to them tonight they should go ahead and release those hostages on Saturday?
The agreement must be fulfilled and implemented as is, and we call on the mediator to do so immediately and to make sure they lean on Netanyahu, because he is unhinged and his main calculations is internal. It's very obvious. He wants to go back to his coalition, saying that he did not honor these agreements.
It's looking more clear now, since we last spoke, that Donald Trump's plan to take over Gaza and not give the Palestinians the right to return, he now says, is making things worse.
Let's not comment on what Mr. Trump says every day, and then next day he backtracks and the White House comes with.
But Hamas is blaming it.
What matters?
They're saying he's undermined the American guarantee.
The real stuff is here. What matters is that Palestine is not a real estate deal. Gaza is not for sale. Gaza should and will be rebuilt. We have all the plans for that. People must be allowed to return to their homes and stay on their land. Gaza should be united with the West Bank. An international plan that is already on its way for establishing a state of Palestine is there, and we will call on President Trump soon to help us be part of that peace, that lasting, comprehensive peace. This zigzagging will not help anybody. And let's not be distracted, Krishnan, because much of this about the mass expulsion of the Palestinians, immoral, illegal, it's impractical. It's impractical. Much of this is also distraction, because in effect, while they are talking about that real estate deal, the genocide continues. It continues in Gaza, it continues in the West Bank. We want to make sure that the mass killing and destruction stops, the agreement upheld, and we move swiftly to rebuilding Gaza, uniting Gaza with the West Bank, stopping the monstrous settlement expansion in the West Bank, bring back life to a final resolution of the conflict, bring this international momentum with us. And you've heard from Saudi Arabia, from the rest of the international community, There will be an international conference in the UN in a few months' time to actually, once and for all, implement the two-state solution. We will call on President Trump to be part of that international momentum towards genuine peace, not real estate deals.
So given what is going
I got to bring Will his food that he ordered because he's doing a
on
sponsor.
in the West Bank, even now, why are there reports now that the Palestinian Authority is thinking of changing its payment system to, well, what was called the martyrs' payments? Now, the Americans used to object to it. Israel objects to it. What's going on there?
There's no martyrs' payment. There are payment for the families of those victims of the Israeli occupation. Israel kills without any accountability. We have children, we have mothers, we have families that we have to take care of. So I haven't been following the details if it just broke out, but I can assure you the families of our martyrs, of our prisoners, must be taken care of by the Palestinian government, no matter what the scheme is.
I mean, what else now can be done to get this back on track? I mean, you know, it's all very well sort of exhorting the parties. Does anybody actually have the influence or the authority now to bring them back from the brink?
Of course, if we have leadership and statesmanship, if we really know where the heart of the matter is and the root cause of all this is, it is absolutely clear in the last 2 weeks when President Trump said that he wants to inflict forced displacement of Gaza and build something for the world to come and live in, the entire Israeli class did not oppose, not just Netanyahu, all the way to the very far left parties of Israel, the opposition. There is some sort of a consensus in the Israeli public now and the political system whereby they only see one people living in the historic land of Palestine. They don't see us. They have no place for us. So the idea of ethnic cleansing, the idea of erasure now has almost the majority supporting
and
Israel.
book seizures.
And why I'm saying this? I'm saying this from here we move to make sure that if we believe in sharing, if we believe in international consensus, if we believe in the two-state solution, this is a time for action. London must take action, including the immediate recognition of the state of Palestine, the imposition of sanctions on the settlers, the settler organizations, and the state that sponsors these settlements, the full arms embargo, not half arms embargo. No half commitments is required, and help us, help the state of Palestine, help the government of Palestine, help the region, go into that momentum of enforcing international legality rather than calling for it.
Ambassador, thank you very much.
Here, I'll link that if you wanted it. There's also the issue of if they do ethnically cleanse Palestine, force Palestinians to Jordan, Egypt, Syria, etc., Israel will turn around and say, look, we have security concerns. They already do that. They already claim security concerns. I mean, they invaded Lebanon. They invaded Lebanon under the guise of, well, we got to fight the terrorists there. So I hear what you're saying. And, you know, the whole question on, well, why won't Egypt and Jordan and these countries that are not Israel take in Palestinians? And I go back to, why is that the question that you're asking yourself? Why is it not, why should Palestinians be forced to go live in those other countries? Why should those countries have to take in Palestinians? Why can Palestinians not live on their own fucking land? Yes, but Jordan and Lebanon are not equivalent in that sense. Jordan is aligned with the U.S. Lebanon is not. Yes, there is an allyship between Jordan and the United States that does not exist like with Lebanon and the U.S. But there are, basically what I was saying is, yes, you're correct, but also Israel does not need to Israel would not ethnically cleanse Palestinians for the reason to then invade those surrounding countries. Like, I will say it would it's not that that is not an Israel thing to do, but because of the relationships that Jordan and Egypt have with the United States, it does complicate that. But I think it was today that Trump met with King Abdullah, who offered to take in 2,000 children from Gaza. But yeah, he said he would take in 2,000 Palestinian children from Gaza who are very sick or have cancer. And the thing is like this is not a solution. It's not a solution to split Palestinian families apart again. This is Drop Sites reporting on Hamas to the mediators, accusing Israel of pervasive Gaza ceasefire violations. I just have to shout out Drop Site News again. They have been really great with all things related to Gaza and Israel since they formed after Jeremy and others left The Intercept. So this is a great source if you're looking for one. Hamas officials had submitted a 2-page report to mediators on Tuesday listing a wide range of Israeli violations of the Gaza ceasefire since the agreement went into effect on January 19th. I just want to say, too, if you are paying attention, right, which I know a lot of you have been, it's not surprising. It's expected, but it is still important that this reporting is being done, because you compare that to like the New York Times, where they bury the lead 9 paragraphs in, where, most major media outlets are not going to be accurately reporting on the ceasefire and the subsequent ceasefire violations. So of course this has happened, but it is still like important that there are outlets documenting this, reporting on it in an accurate manner. Yeah, shout out to Kenny Clips too. He's great. So Hamas said in a statement, Hamas is committed to the ceasefire agreement if the occupation is committed to the agreement. We confirm that the occupation is the party that did not abide by its commitments, and it bears responsibility for any complications or delays. The move comes in response to accusations by Trump and Netanyahu that Hamas violated the agreement, threatening a full resumption of the war. Yet it was Israel's near daily breaches of the deal that prompted Hamas to announce it would postpone the next release of Israeli captives. It'll be interesting to see how liberals respond here, in that they hate Donald Trump, but they were many of them were obviously in agreement with Joe Biden and then Kamala Harris in their approach to Palestine. So it's like a tug of war between Orange Man bad, but also they do not support Palestinians, Palestinian safety or freedom. On Monday, Abu Obaida, the spokesperson for the Al-Qassam Brigades, Hamas's military wing, announced the next planned release of 3 Israeli captives, scheduled for Saturday, would be postponed indefinitely. Abu Obaida cited delays in allowing displaced Palestinians to return to northern Gaza, targeting them with airstrikes and gunfire across various areas of the Strip, and failing to facilitate the entry of humanitarian aid as needed. Hamas issued a statement soon afterwards reiterating that Israel was violating the agreement by blocking aid, attacking civilians, and restricting movement in Gaza, and warned that the next release of captives would be postponed until it complied. By issuing this statement 5 full days ahead of the scheduled prisoner handover, Hamas aims to grant... Yes, so that's another thing, is that they gave this warning. They gave 5 days for things to be put on track, which is, further proof that there is one party that is violating the ceasefire here. And it's not the one who's like, hey, we're going to keep these hostages until you stop violating the ceasefire. And we're giving you 5 days before the next scheduled release to stop further killing Palestinians and restricting aid and movement. 3 Israeli officials and 2 mediators speaking anonymously to the New York Times confirmed that Israel has not fulfilled its obligations to send humanitarian aid into Gaza. This fact was mentioned in the 9th paragraph of the Times story. In response, President Trump on Monday told reporters that the ceasefire should be canceled if Hamas doesn't release all the remaining captives it is holding in Gaza by midday Saturday, warning that all hell is going to break out. On Tuesday, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu doubled down on Trump's comments. Of course, if Hamas does not return our hostages by Saturday noon, Netanyahu said in a video statement, the ceasefire will end and the IDF will return to intense fighting until Hamas is conclusively defeated. This is the same guy who, in his own words repeatedly for the last year and a half, has stated the intent to keep the war going. This is not somebody who has ever taken any action to secure a ceasefire, who said himself that his priority is not the hostages. And it is why a lot of Israelis have been protesting Netanyahu, not because their concern is Palestinian liberation, but because their concern is the hostages. And their prime minister said explicitly, my priority is not the hostages. Netanyahu reportedly ordered the military to add more troops in and around Gaza to prepare for every scenario if the captives weren't released. It wasn't immediately clear if he was referring to the 3 Israelis originally scheduled for release on Saturday, all remaining captives, or all living Israelis slated for release in Phase 1. The 2-page document submitted by Hamas to mediators on Tuesday divides the violations into 5 separate categories: field violations, prisoners, humanitarian aid, denial of essential supplies, and political violations. Israel has repeatedly violated the ceasefire deal since it came into effect, targeting Palestinians in Gaza on an almost daily basis. The document outlines 269 field violations by the Israeli military. They also did the same when a ceasefire with Lebanon was secured, including the killing of 26 Palestinians and the wounding of 59 others. The number of people killed appears to be a dramatic undercount compared to the official toll documented by the Ministry of Health in Gaza. The Director General of the Health Ministry announced separately on Tuesday that 92 Palestinians have been killed and 822 wounded in direct targeting by the military since January 19th. That is when the ceasefire came into effect. The report also lists repeated ground incursions into Gaza beyond the designated buffer zone, particularly in the Philadelphia corridor, the 14-kilometer strip of land that runs along the border of Egypt, and that back in May, Netanyahu had listed as one of his added demands to the agreed-upon ceasefire agreement that Israel would continue to control. These incursions were accompanied by gunfire and resulted in the deaths of civilians and the demolition of homes, according to the report. It also accused Israeli authorities of subjecting Palestinian captives to beatings and humiliation during their release, forcibly deporting released captives to Gaza without their coordination or consent, preventing families of deported prisoners from leaving the West Bank to join them, and delaying prisoner releases by several hours. The report also says that fewer than 25 fuel trucks per day have been allowed into Gaza, which is half of the allotted 50 fuel trucks per day as outlined in the deal. The entry of commercial fuel was blocked entirely. Just over 53,000 tents were allowed into Gaza, the report says, out of the 200,000 allotted, and no mobile housing units out of the 60,000 agreed upon. Heavy machinery for the removal of massive amounts of debris and retrieval of bodies was similarly blocked, with only 4 machines allowed in. Israel also blocked the entry of supplies to repair and operate the power plant and electrical grid. No medical supplies, ambulances have been allowed in, and no equipment for civil defense teams, the report said. Meanwhile, banks were not allowed to receive cash to replenish a severe currency shortage. The report ends on political violations, criticizing statements by the Israeli prime minister and ministers openly calling for the expulsion of Gaza's population, sending a clear message that the occupation does not wish to honor the agreement and aims to implement Trump's plan to displace Gaza's residents. It also criticizes the deliberate delay in starting the negotiations on phase 2 of the ceasefire and the introduction of impossible conditions. Yes. So when we celebrated the news of the ceasefire back in the early weeks of January, of course, it was with the understanding that easier said than done. When it comes to Israel, we know the history of Israel violating ceasefire agreements and how, in their own words, Israeli those in power in the state of Israel have made it clear that under no circumstances would they cease the attacks on Gaza. So I think this is it's incredibly infuriating, of course. I don't think it's not a fell for it again award. I think people were very cautious about this, but at the same time, news regarding Palestine has been pretty much all bleak, and a lot of people have been a lot of people have been holding out hope for a ceasefire, and we're just wanting there to be good news for once. So a ceasefire finally being achieved was good news, but of course the difficulty for Palestinians is in actually, and for supporters of Palestinians, is in actually seeing the ceasefire implemented. So this is a very crucial time, and that's why, like, after the news that a ceasefire had been released or had been achieved, after that was reported on, it was with a stay vigilant, y'all, where celebrate that, this ceasefire has been finally achieved, but also don't stop the work, don't stop paying attention, don't stop protesting, don't stop advocating for Palestinians, because now is a very it's been very scary for Palestinians for a year and a half, but this is especially a terrifying time because of there having been hope on the horizon, and knowing full well that Israel would be bombing as hard as they could leading up to the day the ceasefire was to be implemented, but also knowing that the ceasefire taking effect would not stop Israel from continuing to bomb and kill Palestinians. So we will never stop until Palestine is free. Exactly. This does not mean that we were wrong on Joe Biden. To be clear about that. Okay. Anyone online who's trying to do the fuck around and find out I told you so, they never cared about Palestinians. If you are trying to shame people who were morally against the Biden administration, and then, what would have been the Harris administration had she won, because of their full-throated support for Israel, no red lines, that was correct. Like, to oppose Joe Biden and Kamala Harris was the morally correct thing. And because Donald Trump is a fucking monster and BFFs with Bibi and openly talking about ethnically cleansing Gaza and whatever Mar-a-Lago bullshit he's envisioning putting there, it doesn't change the fact that Joe Biden was responsible for 15 months of the genocide. Joe Biden, who, also did not, Joe is not as, he is not as like openly. No, I mean, he said some pretty fucking terrible things. He's not Donald Trump in the way that he speaks, but he did not hide the fact that he loves Israel and, as many Palestinians as need to be killed under Joe Biden's watch. So basically all that to say is in looking at the latest updates on the ceasefire here and the report from Hamas detailing Israel's multiple violations, this is not a time to like do rewriting around what Joe Biden and his administration were responsible for. And it's also not a time to like think that everything has been solved because a ceasefire deal had been reached on paper. So if you are, if you're like, but man, this has just been so much of the news, and no, I have fed you 3 times. No, come here. No, get in here. Motherfucker is slamming his bowl, and he has eaten 3 times today. Speaking of genocide, I'd like to tell you that the first part of Arun's documentary on the Tamil genocide is coming February 15th, 45 minutes long, and part of a 3-part series. Oh, that's very exciting. Congratulations. Yeah, okay, so I'm just gonna, y'all, before we move on, I'm gonna reiterate this is not the time to be like pointing fingers at each other. This is not a like, see, I told you so, see, fuck around and find out, see, like, what I'm trying to explain is Donald Trump, as expected, being so monstrous when referring to Palestinians and all ethnic cleansing plans of Gaza. Donald Trump being a piece of shit does not erase what Joe Biden did and how the actions of the Biden administration led to where things are currently. Genocide is always bad. Don't care who's in power for it. They suck. And of course, Democrat or Republican, we know that the bottom line of the United States is always that of supporting Israel. This is a bipartisan thing. This is not Democrats versus Republicans, even though I said it will be. It's interesting to see how liberals are having to, are tussling with this. Well, on the one hand, Orange Man bad, but on the other hand, we don't support Palestinians. So what position do we take here? I know what position we'll take here. We'll shame everybody who was calling out Joe Biden and Kamala Harris for their role in the genocide. Like, they pretend that leftists were against Biden, not realizing that we were against the fucking genocide. He kept saying that he's going to keep doing it, and the DNC kept saying that they were going to keep doing it. Right. Genocide is wrong. We oppose genocide no matter who is doing it, no matter their political affiliation, ideology, etc. Okay. All right. So there is the update there on the ceasefire, which of course is, like a lot of the news surrounding Israel and Palestine is not great. But I don't know. All I can say, y'all, all I can do here, I know I'm preaching to the choir, but all I can do is continue pledging my support for Palestine, to say free Palestine. I don't know. I really feel, and I've felt this for a long time, that like as one person, I don't know what to do besides continue to be vocal in supporting the Palestinian cause and pointing out the hypocrisy and pointing out, what our institutions, what our government, what they tell, the way that they present reality is not true. And I will say, one thing I do feel grateful for is that talking about Palestine has felt easier. It's awful because it's easier in that Palestinians have been under constant attack for a year and a half, that they have faced the most documented genocide in history. And because of its brutality, and because of the fact that the propaganda machines have not been able to keep this from the masses, like more people know of are aware of Palestine, are aware of the Palestinian cause, have advocated for Palestine than ever before. So the reasons that it's easier to talk about Palestine now on a platform like Twitch aren't necessarily all great, but I will say, like, in the beginning, it felt like, oh man, the second I open my mouth, there is just going to be so much pushback. There's going to be a lot of people who have no idea and are just simply repeating whatever they have, whatever they have been taught their entire lives, whatever propaganda that they've swallowed, like we've all swallowed. So I guess if I'm looking for a silver lining here, I would say the growing numbers of people, who now have more awareness, and from that awareness are in solidarity. Like, I even saw Kai Cenat, one of his fans sent him a Palestinian flag, and on stream he said free Palestine, right? And then you had IShowSpeed, who over the last year has repeatedly said free Palestine, where even though, those guys aren't going to go into like the history of Palestine, the fact that they're two of the biggest content creators in the world, and they have massive, massive audiences of young people, and saying the words free Palestine, like, that is marketing, right? Like, keep in mind that a lot of these, that political issues and the way that the tide of public opinion can turn is a result of marketing. And so when free Palestine now has become this thing, this slogan, this sentiment that seems cool, like it's cool, and young people support Palestine. I'm not trying to I'm not trying to reduce like a very, very serious issue, but it is something that when it comes to something like Twitch, when it comes to something like when it comes to a streamer who has a massive audience of young people who might not be necessarily like that politically tuned in, have, you know, necessarily political acumen, but they see that the streamers and other people who they think are cool say Free Palestine, then they get on board. Same with FaZe, right? You have a lot of young, cool content creators. Sorry, I'm really not trying to sound like an old person. I'm like, you've got all these young, cool kids who have millions of young followers who don't know all of the details, but they know the words Free Palestine. And when, you know, when that becomes a wave, when it is you know, when it is no longer like you go on a platform like Twitch and you say the words Free Palestine and you're met with just so much hostility, then that is a good thing. It is a good thing for Free Palestine to be seen as like a cool cause to be on board with. Just to spark the conversation, get people talking and wondering. Yeah, and even if like, hold on a second, guys. Hold on. Okay. Come on. And even if like FaZe fans aren't necessarily gonna go read, you know, 100 Years War on Palestine, or go watch like fighting for Gaza or whatever. The fact that Free Palestine equals cool, and that the fact that Free Palestine, like in their minds, equals cool is a benefit, is a positive thing. It has become far more acceptable to speak out and support. If you said anything in support 16 months ago, you'd get fucking doxxed or lose your job. It was insane. And to be clear, to be clear, obviously, because our institutions are still largely pro-Israel, there are consequences that people are still facing. There are, you know, many who were involved in protests over the last year who have lost their jobs, who have been kicked out of school. Like, serious consequences have been faced and continue to be faced. But in the marketing sense, and in you know, if you look at content creation, Free Palestine has become more popular because massive, cool content creators have said the words Free Palestine, have waved a Palestinian flag. So it's why at the end of the day, you know, I have no control as an individual over the ceasefire, you know, over what happens here. But I do, as a content creator, have the ability to stay consistent in supporting Palestine. And, you know, to hopefully see continued reverberations throughout the industry that I am in, and have more major content creators say Free Palestine. All right, what did I want to talk about next? Okay, let's look at this. Let's look at...
Well,
let's talk about gambling. Can anyone spare a gifty? I'm stuck with the body horror flesh hat commercial. Oh my God. If anybody can gift Bry your guy and save them from the whatever body horror flesh hat commercial. The fuck? The hell? Hearing people with bigger platforms like Carolina Hassan advocate for a free Palestine definitely helped me stop from going fully despair-pilled in 2024. You know, I have to say, because I don't have the biggest platform. We've got a great community here. I've got a great platform. What we've been able to grow in 2 years is amazing. But I will say, like, when I see, you know, there are times that I will criticize, you know, someone like Kai, but then there are other times that I will recognize how important it is that, like, to his audience, he waved a Palestinian flag and said free Palestine. Or, you know, recognize how important it is that I show speed in traveling around the world in having, you know, the biggest IRL streams is repeatedly saying free Palestine. Like, I have to say, I feel like it's almost it's like a sense of relief. It's like a sense of relief when somebody who is a huge content creator, one of the biggest content creators, is echoing what I have to say. You know, not that they're like going through the details of anything, but, you know, what I have to say is free Palestine. And so to see the biggest content creators also saying that is like, oh, thank God. Thank God. Yeah. And that is a testament to how much the narrative has changed and how much the propaganda machine has failed. You know, it's incredible. And so with all the bad that is still happening, I think recognizing that is so important. Our government might still be, you know, full-throatedly supporting Israel for, you know, for selfish reasons, of course. Our institutions might still be pro-Israel, but what matters are the people. And for me, on this platform, the content creators who are saying words like free Palestine. Even as someone tuned into politics, I didn't know anything about foreign policy. Even hearing Hassan covered at first, I didn't know what Zionist meant, which side it was associated with, whether they were the good guys or bad guys. It has really opened my eyes about foreign policy. I became more informed across the board from it. Oh my God, Jesus Christ. Stop. Anyway, Anonymous, thank you for the gifted. Rochambeau, thank you for the 5 months. Why are you and Sam fighting? Because of football.
The Super Bowl's almost here, and since the Eagles have brotherly shoved themselves into a rerun match with Taylor Swift's boyfriend, the only exciting thing we have to watch is the ads. And you can bet that a lot of the ads this year are going to be for gambling. You know, I can remember a time when gambling ads were considered too sleazy to be on mainstream television. Hell, the one time I took an ad for DraftKings on my podcast a year or two ago, my own audience gave me hell about it. But now, Everyone's getting on board. They've got 80s comedians.
Their defense, unstoppable.
90s comedians.
At BetMGM, everyone gets a welcome offer.
Even 2000s comedians.
$200 instantly.
Yeah, you know if Kevin Hart tells me to bet, I'm not going to come up short. It's a Kevin Hart joke. Gambling has quickly become a part of mainstream American culture. Americans gambled over $67 billion in 2024, and these days, it's not just sports. You can bet on who's going to win the presidential election, play the slots on your phone, blow your wad on a crypto meme coin, and even upload feet pics to OnlyFans and gamble with whether or not Gim Gam will invite you to Thanksgiving next year. And you do it all right here from your phone. You know, in the old days, if you wanted to blow your life savings, you had to go to the racetrack or the casino or at least to the break room for the office betting pool. But now, gambling is so pervasive that it's literally transforming fundamental parts of American life, from sports to finance to politics. And I think it's been fueled by a fundamental restructuring in the American economy, one that's incentivizing millions of Americans to risk financial ruin rather than invest in the future. And somebody is making bank from all these bets, and it sure as shit ain't us.
Also, I think it's because so many people are vulnerable, right? So many people feel like shit's not gonna change. I gotta take matters into my own hand. The ease of gambling now, like you can just go online. You can go on the internet and gamble. I think how much gambling is baked into so many advertisements. How gambling is like, excuse me, how gambling is being advertised by, the biggest athletes and celebrities, etc., and influencers. So it's hard to get away from. I feel so awful for people who are gambling addicts. They are recovering gambling addicts, where it must feel impossible to dodge gambling ads, to dodge temptation. I've noticed even some gas stations in my area now have machines in there for gambling. Everywhere. I keep getting the fucking Post Malone ad on Twitch. Is it the Post Malone gambling ad? Is she too advertising? Is he too advertising steak or something?
You know what? Before we double down on that, you know what's always a sure bet? My stand-up tour. The Nihilism Pivot Tour continues in Omaha on February 12th. Then I'm headed to Talia Hall in Chicago on the 21st.
How many Super
the
Bowl
Wilbur,
ads?
I can't wait to be in the Wilbur. In
How
Boston
many
on the
Super Bowl
23rd,
ads were
were
gambling
Burlington,
related?
Vermont, London, Amsterdam, Providence, Rhode Island, Vancouver, Eugene, Oregon, and Tulsa and Oklahoma City. Head to adamconover.net for all those tickets and tour dates. I would love to see you on the road. We're having a blast out there. And by the way, if you'd like to support this channel directly and the 2 videos a month we are bringing you every month this year, head to patreon.com/AdamConover. Really appreciate your support. Thank you so much. So I'm old enough to remember a time when gambling and sports were like oil and water. So unmixable that until just a few years ago, Vegas didn't even have a single major sports team. But you know what happened? Right around the time that all of these teams moved to the gambling capital of the world, sports betting was legalized nationwide. In 2018, the Supreme Court struck down a federal law prohibiting sports betting. And since then, sports gambling has swept the nation. More than 3/4 of states have gone all in. And the sports leagues themselves, once fierce protectors of the honorable integrity of the game, suddenly changed their play. Turns out they weren't content to simply have, the most lucrative broadcasting rights in the world, selling thousands of tickets.
Sports before the pandemic made up 34% of online betting. And I think that has doubled. So sports betting is something that has become a major part of gambling. And I think that's why they have enlisted athletes major athletes to do gambling advertisements because of how big sports betting has gotten. Sorry to report, but every ad break on your channel, as well as many others, starts off with a sports betting one for me. Well, you better place that damn bet then. Better listen to the ad.
Tickets every year and building stadiums at taxpayer expense. No, they decided they needed more fucking money. So they
also, to be clear, I am somebody who, you know, every once in a while, I like to play a slot machine if I'm in Vegas. I otherwise mostly stay away from gambling, but it's not that gambling is something you should never ever do, but gambling has to be treated like, you know, any money you have is money that you can afford to lose. It is not something that should ever be advertised to vulnerable people, which includes young viewers of, YouTube, Twitch, influencers, etc. Gambling as a major source of income for big content creators who have very young audiences. No. Gambling being advertised to young kids. No. My aunt is about to lose everything, her house, job, car, kids' car, because she's so deep into gambling. Crypto on her phone. The only restaurants she goes to have slots, even scratch cards. That is so sad, and also a very common story, unfortunately. And the other thing with gambling is, like, there's so many, like, gambling is not just going to a casino and playing blackjack. Crypto has become a big industry for gambling. Like, crypto is gambling.
Started making dirty deals with betting apps like FanDuel and DraftKings. And suddenly, we're looking around ourselves and realizing that all of sports now revolves around gambling. I mean, the broadcasters show betting lines during the games, and in the pregame shows, they use analytics to predict game outcomes, telling you who to bet for. Even ESPN has their own betting app. They're not the worldwide leader in sports anymore. They're just another fucking casino. You know, we used to watch sports so we could enjoy the achievements of the athletes, chow down on a Dodger dog, and have something to stare at while hanging out with male friends so we could avoid making eye contact. But now, as far as the leagues and networks are concerned, sports aren't about camaraderie or the rush of victory or even the game itself. They're just about funneling you back into your phone to place a bet and get another dopamine hit so they can make another buck. LeBron James and Shohei Ohtani might as well just be a couple of greyhounds at the dog track for all they care. Now look, let's be clear. Gambling, like all vices, is a part of human life. It can be really fun. And it's been around so long, we've literally found dice in Egyptian tombs. So that means legalization was not entirely a bad thing. When gambling was illegal, people just did it illegally.
But don't get
and
it
informally.
twisted, y'all.
You didn't need an app to bet $20 your team would win. You just needed a friend from out of state and the blind hubris of hometown pride. We all know from history that blanket prohibition doesn't work. But you know what? That doesn't mean that every vice should be available everywhere at all times. I mean, we've all agreed that alcohol should be legal, but I think we also agree that we shouldn't hand out shots of Fireball at every stoplight. And
I think we should hand out shots of Fireball in elementary schools. That's what I think. That's the America that I want to live in.
The past few years, that's what we've been doing with gambling. The portal to Gambler's Domain literally sleeps next to you.
No more milk, no more apple juice, whiskey, bourbon.
You everywhere, lives in your pocket 24/7. And the problem with that is, that doesn't just make gambling more accessible, it also makes it more addictive. According to addiction researcher Natasha Schull, 4 factors make a behavior especially addictive. First, when it's antisocial and solitary, so you can get lost in the flow, you know, like when you're on your fucking phone. Second, when it offers continuous fast feedback that reinforces the behavior, which is what gambling apps are designed to do. Third, when it's unpredictable, so you never know when the reward will come. And fourth, when the activity never really ends or resolves. And that is the real problem with gambling apps. At least with alcoholism, you have to drive back to the liquor store once in a while to get your fix. But with online gambling, once you plug your phone in, the dopamine hit literally never runs out. And when you combine gambling with addiction, it is incredibly destructive. I mean, first of all, I can't believe it's taken me this long to point this out, but you know.
What's crazy about that take? It's so hot you could probably get elected in Oklahoma with that one. Probably. Yeah. I'd be like, here's how we're going to save the kids. We're going to give them rum 151.
96% of gamblers lose money. You guys didn't really think you were winning at gambling, right? You think those capitalists are just giving money away? Yeah, and my health insurer really cares if I get better and don't die. Get the f*** out of here. Now look, gambling is also fun, and most fun things lose money. I don't turn a profit when I go see Wicked for the third time in a weekend, unless you count the inherent spiritual validation. But when you combine loss with addiction, it can ruin lives. States with legalized gambling see significantly reduced rates of household savings. They see increased bankruptcies and decreases in overall credit scores. Studies have even shown that domestic violence incidents related to sports losses increase by as much as 10% when gambling is legalized. Yeah, it turns out putting an addictive app on the addictive brick in our pockets might actually be a bad thing. And unlike alcohol, tobacco, and other addictive drugs, there's almost no federal regulation of sports betting. That makes sports gambling a perfect storm for cynical CEOs who want to capitalize on addicts. It's right on your phone, it's highly addictive, and nobody is even trying to stop them. And you know what? Your local sports betting CEO billionaire isn't the only one exploiting Americans' gambling addiction to get rich quick. Because on your phone, you can bet on anything nowadays. Like, do you remember what was all over Super Bowl ads in the years before sports betting? Crypto. Now, evangelists say that crypto can help the everyman save and make money. Ethereum, the second largest cryptocurrency, promises a fairer financial system for the billions who can't open bank accounts. And Dogecoin promises to be a currency for the people.
The other thing too, and we might watch Drew Gooden's video after this, but the reason that influencers who are promoting online gambling or, you know, celebrities who are promoting gambling is extra insidious is because it's one thing to like have a commercial play that advertises for steak. All right. You don't have somebody outside of that commercial who is pushing that onto you. But now let's say you have, you know, a huge YouTuber or athlete or actor that brings in the extra influencing element. So let's say I'm a 16-year-old kid who loves Logan Paul. If I watch a commercial, if I see just an ad for gambling, I may not feel as tempted, as influenced to sign up to get $100 free in slots. But if I see Logan Paul, who's pushing it, you know, or pushing whatever crypto coin or whatever fucking scam he's doing, a scam of the month that he's doing, then there is this extra, you know, an extra push there where that is what, the trust, the reverence that you have for your favorite content creator or athlete or celebrity, whatever, the lifestyle that they live that is appealing, that they use to influence their audience. Why is Logan still a thing, you know? It's a good question. And unfortunately, the answer to that is because being a shitty person can pay dividends. Look at who is the president of the United States. CDDC 2003. Thank you for the 23 months. I made $8K on crypto right away. Sold, reinvested, plus another $6K, and then I lost $15K, but I didn't sell then. Since Trump, I've made back $3K, but not sold. Yeah. Well, I think what I would say is when I'm referring to crypto in this sense, I think I'm, mainly referring to meme coins, referring to influencers who are involved in some type of crypto scheme that they need their audience to pay money into so that they can pull the rug out and make a quick mill.
But if crypto is a currency, then why do only...
I don't mean like, an individual chatter such as yourself who's made a couple $1,000s on whatever crypto you invested in.
4% of crypto users actually use it to buy things. Huh. What does that make it instead? Oh, I know. It's another fucking casino. And like a casino, the house always wins. Because for every rich idiot who says they've made $1 billion off their latest shitcoin, millions of others are getting fleeced. In a scam so common that its very name has become famous, the rug pull, a new cryptocurrency is launched and advertised. Unsuspecting gamblers buy into it, hoping to see the asset grow, only for a small group of investors, often the ones who started the coin in the first place, to quickly sell their stakes, leaving it nearly worthless. I mean, at least at the casino, a nice lady in fishnets brings me a free drink and tells me my suit looks sharp. With crypto, I don't even get to talk to the hawk to a girl before she steals my money. This scam is so endemic to the crypto industry, even our new president is in on the grift. Trump recently started his own meme coin that went from $10 a coin to 70 in just a few days, becoming one of the top 30 cryptocurrencies by market cap before, you guessed it, plunging in value, losing some everyday investors their life savings. But of course,
I'm just gonna say it. Crypto, it's a Ponzi scheme.
Should have known it was a gamble because the Trump Coin's website explicitly says that Trump Coin is not intended to be an investment opportunity of any type. I mean, at least with Trump's last scam, you got a physical Bible where you could read about the sin of greed. And by the way, if you're doubting that story because you're wondering if it's too partisan, I just want to point out that the source is this video's sponsor, Ground News. And I use Ground News because it pulls stories from across tons of media outlets and rates all of them according to their bias and factuality. Like, if you scroll down, you can see one headline that says, Trump launches ethically murky crypto coin days before entering office. And before I click on that headline, I can see that this article comes from a left-leaning independent source with a high factuality rating. But you know what? If you'd rather have a centrist source, well, you can sort your sources by left-leaning, right-leaning, or center. And if I click center, I find this high factuality source from the Globe and Mail. Trump launches new cryptocurrency before taking office.
But that being said, Kwan coin,
comparing
invest.
All these different sources with different biases,
invest
really
now.
Helps me make these videos because it makes it super easy
Don't
to
miss
tell
out.
fact from fiction and make sure that I'm getting the real story. So if you want to see all of
we
your
may not
news
have
and context
Medicare
to
for
get out
all,
of
but we
your
do have
partisan
Kwan
bubble,
coin.
Check out our sponsor, Ground News.
We do.
You can get 40% off this amazing user-funded service if you use my special code. Just go to groundnews.com/factually. But hey, if you get bored of getting fleeced by a gambling CEO or crypto POTUS, don't worry. Your phone is full of other great ways to ruin your life, like Polymarket.
Ground News is really bad. It pulls its media bias from right-wing funded media bias charts.
Polymarket allows people
yeah,
to place
I've
bets
seen
on
those
any
graphs
random ass
of
event. From the number of times they
I've seen those graphs like breaking down into categories, news outlets, and where they fall. And they're never correct.
Kwan will get divorced? His prenup must be as thick as that sunscreen. And Zuckerberg isn't the only loser on this site because, again, 86% of wallets on Polymarket
the
lose
graphs
money.
are biased.
You know what? We are even training kids to gamble on their phones now. More and more video games have gambling and loot box mechanics, which encourage kids to engage in gambling-like behavior by selling digital boxes that may or may not contain a prize. Most recently, Pokemon launched a new app that encourages kids to spend real money on card packs that may contain rare digital cards. And that is fucking gambling. Pokemon was already the highest grossing media franchise in the world.
You know who would disagree? Will Neff.
With $147 billion in estimated revenue. But Pikachu
It's
wasn't
not
content to just sell
gambling.
video games and movies and plushies to your kids. No, they also want to capitalize on their hopes and dreams for a
That
shiny
man
new
is
Charizard
addicted.
card to get them to part with their precious Tooth Fairy money. I mean, at least you used to have to go to a hobby shop and pay some dude named Dave $100 to hand you a dusty shoebox full of cardboard. But now the crack is right on your phone. But you know what else kids dream of?
Yeah, that's why he took me aside and was like, if anything happens to me, you and Farley will be set. And then presented to me the box with the Pokemon cards.
More than getting a shiny Ghastly in their digital wallet, becoming influencers. And that is the biggest casino of all. See, social media companies have a voracious need for new content to run ads next to. But instead of paying for that content, like the TV industry used to, Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok have convinced all of us to make that content for them unpaid. Oh, sure, they sell us the idea that being an influencer is a quick and easy way to get rich, which might be why more than half of Gen Z believes that people can easily make a career in influencing. But it's not fucking true. Only 12% of full-time creators make more than $50,000 a year. Full-time creators. I mean, influencing is
Look, kids, don't become a content creator until you have applied for law school at least twice, until you've worked 40 different jobs, until you've gone through a pandemic where you lose your job, until you are on the cusp of turning 30 and really questioning what you're doing with your life, until you have interests in the creative arts but cannot handle the disgusting, frustrating parts of the business anymore. Until you feel like you've got nothing left, then and only then should you try being a content creator.
Literally a job where you work 40 hours or more a week,
Until
but
you
only have a
started
12%
an
chance of
underground
barely
music
making
video.
enough to afford rent in Cleveland. And otherwise, you make nothing except free content that makes Zuck rich so he can buy more goddamn sunscreen. There are literal millions of real people out there spending their real time and money making content for Facebook and YouTube in the hopes that they'll get lucky enough that they become the next very mindful, very demure. But that doesn't make influencing a job. It makes it one more goddamn casino. So why the f are we falling for all of this? Why have we allowed entire segments of American life, from sports to finance to entertainment, turn into just another form of gambling? Well,
Yeah, what I will say, hold on, I need to get my chapstick. My face is so dry. My face hurts. Ugh. Sam really went crazy. She beat the fuck out of me. I know. You know what? I'll never stop loving the birds. I will never give them up. I'm just gonna like put this chapstick all over my face. Okay. What I was gonna say is I do think that big content creators who have young audiences, aka the kids who are at the age where they are taking a survey in school saying, what do I want to be when I grow up? I think they do have a responsibility to not make content creation seem like a job that anyone can become successful in. You're not going to be the next Kai Cenat, all of you, right? And I think sometimes, oh my fucking God, stop. I've given you so much food. The vet said that he's overweight. And it's because he does this where he hits his bowl 10 times a day and is like, feed me. I'm sorry. I love you. But you can't just, it's not open season here. Look at him just staring at me. Yes. The vet said that he is fat, that he has to lose weight. I be hitting the bowl 10 times a day, but not like Farley. Look, he walks away and then he stares at me. See? And he's like, "Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again." Yeah, the look back. He's like, "Wow, I guess I'll just starve to death. I guess I'll just die because my mom is evil." Okay, so anyway, I was saying, I do think big content creators have a responsibility to be very careful about being realistic and not giving their young viewers these ideas that anybody can and everybody can just become a very rich very rich, successful content creator. Oh my. Anyway, and I get that you want to like inspire your audience and you want to be like, I'm not special, because that's the truth, you know? Just like with any forward-facing type of job, with any job where you are an entertainer, where there's a lot of people who could do that, who could easily who could easily be in that position, who are very talented and hardworking, and the way that things shake out, it just doesn't work out for everybody. So I get that content creators want to be like, you know, if you just work hard and whatever, then you can do this too. I'm just a person. But it is kind of scary how many Gen Z and Gen Alpha kids have now, like, if you look at surveys, if you look at lists of top 10 jobs that Gen Alpha wants, it's like YouTuber, influencer, content creator, rapper. But I want to be Mr. Beast when I grow up. No, you don't. Okay. I mean, I get it. You look at Mr. Beast money, you're like, I want to be Mr. Beast when I grow up. But also, no. Mr. Beast is not a human being. Mr. Beast, there ain't nothing human happening behind those eyes. Anyway.
I think it's because we've lost faith in anything other than a roll of the dice to provide a secure middle-class life. Since 1971, the American middle class has shrunk by 10%. And while the price of tech like phones has gone down, almost everything else we actually need to live has gotten way more expensive. Since 2000, the cost of medical care, college tuition, and childcare have surged by more than 100%. The cost of simply having a roof over your head and food in your belly has gone up over 50%. You know, we used to believe in America that if you invested your time and money into earning an honest living, you'd get a ticket to a better life guaranteed. That's what the American dream was. But most of us realize now that that dream is dead. So is it any wonder that millions of Americans are now thinking, you know what? Let me buy a lottery ticket instead. Even if you lose, hey, it's the only way you'll ever afford that down payment, right? But you know what? Gambling won't win you a house, because the house always wins.
I don't blame them. I'm $50K in debt for a job paying pennies compared to any TikToker or streamer. No, this is what Adam's talking about, where he's like, content creation, the allure of being a successful content creator is also like a form of gambling in the way that it's advertised, in the way that, I mean, hell, that's even acting, right? That's moving to Hollywood, where you might tell yourself like, yeah, I know it's going to be hard. Yeah. And then you find out that like most of the people in the goddamn acting union don't make enough money to have health care. You have to make like $26,000 a year to qualify for health insurance. And the vast majority of people who are in the union, which means they have worked as professional actors, do not qualify for health care. So it's a really hard thing where, yeah, I get why gambling, whether it be going to Vegas and throwing it all on red, or investing in crypto, or, throwing it all into being a content creator. Like I want to be the next Daniel Ray. I don't know. I'm just trying to name a TikToker. What's her name? Jamie Ray. No, you know who I'm talking about? Adeline. Wait, who? Addison Ray. You know what? You knew what I was saying. You knew what I was talking about. See? I didn't even have to get her name right. And everybody knew who I was talking about. Yeah, see, I give myself a limit of 10 times a stream that I get to come across as a boomer. And that counts as one of them. Anyway. But as I was saying, whatever type of gamble it is, I get it. And I also was a person who at 30 went, I don't know what I'm fucking doing, and I have to make some serious moves here. But the difference is that I was dating somebody who had become successful in the industry. So I had an advantage. I had a leg up when getting involved. And still, if it hadn't worked out, it wouldn't have been the end of the world for me, right? If the nepotism had not come through, it's still something where I would have figured it out because I would have had to. But I get for a lot of people who it's like, okay, this is it. It's this or it's nothing. Then it makes that the desperation is even stronger, which means that if it doesn't work out, it can hit even harder. And obviously, I do not think that like trying to be a TikToker, trying to be Addison Ray is the same, is equivalent to like putting it all on red in Vegas or getting the Hawk Tua coin, getting scanned by Hawk Tua. However, the point is like when you have been failed by all else, feeling like, okay, I've got negative 5 nickels and a dream is it's even more alluring. It's like, okay, I'm gonna gamble on this and hope that I become Kai Cenat. Hawk Tua Ray or whatever her name is. Whoever. There's some really brutal videos from people who tried for years and years to become successful streaming and didn't. Yeah, and it's this like tough thing. It's a tough position to be in where I've had a lot of people come to me about streaming. And on the one hand, I never, and same with acting. I feel the same way about acting, where I've had more success. Like when I compare, how I have been successful in streaming and consistently successful as opposed to like the successes that I had in acting, in the entertainment industry. I have more success, and that success has been more consistent in streaming. And so I never want to tell somebody not to do it, not to go for it, right? Like if your dream is to act, who am I to be the person like you look back and you're like, that goddamn Caroline Kwan kept me from my Oscar, or I didn't try to stream because Caroline Kwan told me not to. But at the same time, I think I try and advise people in the most real way that I can. Like, I do not want to give any false hope while also still being supportive. I don't want to skew someone's expectations. I was going to be the next Kai Cenat. Oh, no. I'm sorry, Anonymous. Yeah, everyone in here is like, well, wait, I thought I was going to be the next Kai Cenat. But yeah, I mean, the truth of streaming is that most streamers do not make enough money for this to be their full-time job. And then of the streamers who do make money, a very, very, very small percentage of them make six figures. And of the streamers who make six figures, an even tinier percentage of them are like rich. Oh, you rich. And so anyway, let's finish this video.
In America, the house
we are all
is rich people,
the next Maya
the
Higa.
billionaires who built this system to begin with. Every time we place a bet, we make them richer. The very people who stole the American dream from us in the first place. The ones who suppressed our wages, who ruined the housing market, and created the gambling apps that suck away what little we have left. And now, these broligarchs are running the country, and we're paying them to do it. And it feels like all we can do to feel better about that is throw a couple bucks down on the Super Bowl and hope to strike it rich. But it's not true. In a casino, if you play by the house rules, you always lose. The truth of the American economy today is that the wealthy have built a casino around us. They've covered the windows, they've taken away the clocks, and they've tricked all of us into thinking that this is the only way life can be. That the only way we can get ahead is playing by their rules and putting more and more of our cash, our time, our blood, our sweat into their machines. But that's a lie. The vast majority of us will not win by throwing ourselves into crypto or monetizing our Instagram reels or betting that Mr. Swift tackles some dude hard enough to sustain permanent brain damage. The only
Mr. Swift, like, is he Travis Kelce?
only way for all of us to win is to band together, grab a crowbar, smash the rich man's slot machine, take back the time and money that is rightfully ours, and walk out the fucking door with
Okay,
it.
Adam, pop off. Pop off, King. Here, I will link this video for you. Okay. People in America have realized working hard isn't enough to have a comfortable, satisfying life. It feels like you have to acquire money and influence or prepare yourself for a life of pain and sadness. Of course, kids are listing their aspirations as being an influencer, some other way to be rich. They feel like you either make it rich or you surrender yourself to a life of misery. Well, I think to the first part of what you said, yes, people have woken up and realized that meritocracy is a lie, that the American dream is dead in the sense that working hard and working hard and pulling yourself up and maybe getting a college degree, that it is not a guarantee of things like having a house, having healthcare, having a stable income. So, I think about
Life.
in real all the young people. Oh my God. Okay. I think about kids. I have to stop saying young people because it makes it sound like I'm talking about people who are 20, like who are teenagers, and it makes me seem like I'm 100. But I think about the younger generations, the generations that are younger than mine, and how I don't think that they even had the chance to think that the American dream could exist for them. They've lived in a different reality, in a different world than older generations. And so I think the allure of making money on the internet, because so many people have, and because the internet posed this opportunity where you didn't have to be a legacy, right? If you wanted to become big on the internet, there were not the obstacles in your way like there were if you wanted to succeed in Hollywood, in politics, hell, like in most industries, where on the internet it felt like, oh, anybody can do this. You would just see all these regular ass people who were nobodies that became huge online and now are like living in mansions and all the other like material items that they show off on social media, that paints this picture of a dream, of an American dream that younger people, younger generations never felt was something that they could ever achieve. So I do think the fact that the internet has always seemed to be a place that, hey, you don't have to come from money to like make it on TikTok, or you don't have to be related to the right people to make a YouTube and and grow a huge following on YouTube. And so in that way, like, because to younger gens, their celebrities are internet people, they moved away from kind of, I think, the more traditional jobs in entertainment and media to like, my dream job is being an internet creator. And also because you look at liberal arts and how so much funding has been slashed year after year from arts programs, and how essentially kids are told like, oh yeah, you want to be homeless? Then go get a degree in history. Like, oh, that's a worthless degree. Yeah, how the liberal arts have now been treated as like a pipeline to unemployment. Content creators also seem more relatable. You can easily see yourself doing what they do. Right, where it's like, oh, this isn't talent in the way that you have to, I'm not 6'7", so I'm never going to be on the Lakers, or I suck at baseball, or I suck at whatever. So like, I wasn't blessed genetically, so I'm not going to be a model type of thing. Where it was like the internet, that doesn't matter. I don't have to have had the right genetics. I don't have to be, I don't have to check these boxes that I was not born with. Guys, it's easy to get rich. Just get a tech undergrad degree and a business graduate degree, both from a top university, then become an executive manager at a startup with stock options, which when it goes public, elevate you into the stratosphere. Yeah, exactly. Get rich quick. Get rich quick by getting a tech undergraduate degree and a business graduate degree, both from a top university, then become an executive manager at a startup with stock options, which when it goes public, elevate you into the stratosphere. That's a book title if I ever heard one. And be Forbes 30 under 30? No, if you want to go to prison, then definitely be Forbes 30 under 30. If you want to go to prison for fraud, then make sure that you are on Forbes 30 under 30. Socialism or barbarism. Thank you so much for the 5. I appreciate you. Fastest way to get rich is to be born rich. Oh, certainly. Yeah. You'll make it there. I regret to inform you that the 30 under 30 list is permanently closed to me. 30 under 30, no matter how many crimes I commit, is something that I can no longer achieve. It is not in the cards for me. I remember that was like, okay, I gotta admit something to you guys. Of course, I, like many of us, once upon a time dreamed of, before I understood what bullshit the Forbes lists are, I was like, oh my God, one day, maybe I could be on the Forbes 30 under 30. And that was something that I thought about briefly. It was a fleeting thought the night before I turned 30, where even though I knew those lists were bullshit, I was like, damn. Well, this is it. I have approximately 10 minutes left to make Forbes 30 under 30. Hey, Forbes, if you happen to be listening, Forbes, I'm turning 30 in 300 seconds. So if you're going to put me on the list, now's the time. I have 3 months left to join the 27 club. You know what? That is a club that you don't want admission into. That's a club that you want to be turned away from. So it goes all downhill in your mid-30s. I choose to not believe that that is the case. And in fact, I think I will only get hotter and smarter and funnier and all the things. My lower back might hurt more, but I think that everything else is going to make up for it. Okay. Let's watch Drew Gooden's video, and then I gotta figure out what I want
Months ago, to celebrate my friend's birthday, I went on a victory casino cruise, and not only did everyone get seasick almost
What crime did Valkyrie commit? I'll never tell.
But we also
ain't
lost
no
all
snitch.
the money we brought in to gamble with. It was one of the best days of my life. For a good portion of the past century, getting on a boat that reeks of piss and wobbling your way out just far enough into the ocean so that laws don't exist anymore was one of the only ways to legally gamble in the United States. It had such a convoluted barrier of entry that most people could go their entire lives without ever being tempted to do it. Just don't go to Nevada and you'll probably never see a casino. In 2024, this is no longer the case.
Only on FanDuel, DraftKings, BetMGM, Prize Picks,
Underdog, Hard Rock Bet,
Sally Bet,
PointsBet,
ESPN Bet 365.
Smack me in the mouth with all of
If you watch any sports at all, ads for sports betting have become inescapable. Even if you muted every commercial and closed your eyes until the game came back on, it's still plastered everywhere. DraftKings promos pop up in the middle of a play, there's BetMGM billboards behind home plate, FanDuel logos on the court, on the microphone.
Dude, this is how huge sports betting has gotten, just online gambling, just gambling in general. I don't even know some of these. I'm like,
at you from every angle, pepper spraying you in the face so you don't notice they just pulled your pants down. They've made it so watching sports and betting on sports are just two sides of the same coin. Like, you can't have one without the other. It's become so normalized that it might be easy to forget that gambling can be kind of bad, actually. About 10 million people in the US alone struggle with gambling in some way, a good portion of which are under the age of 25. Gambling addicts attempt suicide at a rate 15 times higher than the general population. The average debt of a gambling addict can range from $15,000 to $90,000. But where most people would see this as a problem, a few people saw it as an opportunity. All that extra money that could be siphoned from struggling families and into the pockets of like 12 CEOs. And we're not doing that because... So in 2018, the Supreme Court overruled the federal ban on sports betting. And since then, Americans have collectively lost over $245 billion on it. That's almost $1,000 per person. And that
Holy
number was
shit.
from last year.
Yeah, and I've talked about this before, but there's a reason that there are so many Powerball tickets that are advertised and sold in lower income communities, that it's marketed towards people who are more financially desperate, who would look at something like the Powerball as their way out of, as their way out of poverty. Having a society that's already full of economically desperate people and adding this kind of explosion of unregulated sports gambling to it, like the amount of social problems it's going to come out of this. A few oligarchs are going to make huge profits, of course. Classic. But what you are actually seeing here is part of the total degeneration and collapse of the U.S. The empire is falling, and I'm all for it. Wow, welcome in.
But the
quite
bombardment
first
of
time
playful
chat.
advertising filled with famous celebrities would make you think it's just a harmless, fun game you can play on your phone. Kevin Hart, Post Malone, Chris Rock, LeBron James, Kevin Hart, Peyton Manning, Jamie Foxx, Eric Andre, Patton Oswalt, Vanessa Hudgens, the guy from that Kendrick Lamar song, Kevin Hart. Even the Talk Tua podcast is sponsored by Better. Why is it always the people you trust the most?
You don't need to know every
Ain't no way he said the guy from the Kendrick Lamar song.
thing about every sport. Good, because I don't.
I gotta be real, okay? I will admit that I think less of people when they do a gambling sponsor. Especially when it's like, you don't need this fucking money, man. Come on.
Yeah, me either. All you need is a feeling and a phone.
That is such a bold way to advertise your product. You don't have to know anything about sports in order to bet on them. In fact, we would prefer you didn't. Look, this guy's just chilling in a hot tub. He doesn't even know what sport he bet on, and he won money. So go ahead, just open the app and start mashing buttons. I don't know, like, where do you think they got all the money to shell out to these celebrities? Could it be that...
remember when Larry David did that crypto commercial? That was so random. And it's like, Larry David, why? You got the Seinfeld and Curb money, man. Larry David, no. Larry David, what are you doing?
Maybe Prize Picks isn't the secret gateway to riches beyond my wildest imaginations, and maybe they're just trying to get my debit card number so they can take all my disposable income. Whether or not you think sports betting should be illegal, and I'm not even necessarily saying it should be.
Same getting sponsored by Gotcha Game. What is a Gotcha game? A game that implements the gachapon machine style mechanics. So, like, oh, okay, I know Genshin. Genshin Impact. Yes, I know that game. Okay. You do not want to open that can of worms. All right, never mind. Never mind. GV Bruin, thank you for the 3 months. Yeah. Okay. Yes. All right.
The fact that they're allowed to advertise it like
Right.
this is fucking insane. Imagine a cigarette commercial that was like, oh my God, this is so good. This is the best I've ever felt in my life. I'm on top of the world. Typically the only tobacco ads you see are like anti-vaping PSAs. And I hope there's a future where advertising for betting apps is regulated in a similar way. You can still bet on sports. You can still smoke cigarettes if you want to. It's not illegal, but you're not bombarded with the temptation to do it every time you turn on a basketball game. Even though it's only been 6 years since the federal ban on sportsbooks was overturned, technology has already evolved.
I am not going to do a gambling sponsor, but I will do a vape sponsor. I'm just kidding. It has been a month, a full month that I've not hit a nicotine vape. I am going to be an ad for not vaping, okay? I am an ad for not vaping. As I have said repeatedly, if you've never vaped, if you've never hit a nicotine vape, then never fucking do it. Are you a Zyn girly? I'm not a Zyn girly like Hassan is a Zyn girly, but yes, I use Zyns when my cravings are bad. So I can't say that I have successfully quit nicotine, but I am not buying secret cigarettes, and I am not being I'm not being a secret vapor. I don't have a tower. No. How long have you been smoking? I started smoking cigarettes in college, but not seriously. And then I smoked when I was abroad in France because I felt like I would be bullied. And also my host mother taught me to roll cigarettes, but it also was never like the cigarettes were never a serious problem. It was the vape that had me nonstop huffing and puffing nicotine, which is the case for a lot of people. And I'm not going to go into the whole vape thing again because I spent like an hour the other night talking about vapes, but yeah, it's like the adult nicotine pacifier. Yes. So I was not somebody who like at 14 was smoking cigs behind the bleachers. But I fell for the vapes, especially the flavored vapes. It's not cool. It's so cringe, but the thing that I will say is to anybody who is like trying to quit vapes, please, as a person who's responding to somebody talking about how it's hard to quit vaping, don't be like, it's bad for you. We know. We know. Even a person who is blowing smoke out of their ass being like, well, it's better than cigarette. No. If you vape, you know it's not good. You don't need to be told it's bad for you, okay? That's like being like, oh yeah, if you eat 10 burgers a day, that's bad. Yeah, okay. Well, easier said to quit because it's bad than done. You know, like when you do something that's not healthy, you know it's not healthy, and so it doesn't help when people are like, by the way, I'm not sure if you're aware, but it's not healthy. And you're like, oh my God, you know what? I never considered that. Oh, my mind has been blown open. I never considered that smoking a mango flavored vape 1,000 times a day was not good for me. We already feel guilty because we already know it's bad. Yes. So, anywho, I get used in. Help me stop vaping. I feel better at handling that craving for Nick. Right. It's one step at a time, you know? It's one step at a time. I tried, as I said, I tried to quit cold turkey from the vapes many times, and then would find myself sometimes ending stream with enough time to make it to the vape store near me so I could get my fix. That is also something that I've just admitted just now, that yes, there were some nights that I would end stream before midnight, even if I wasn't ready to end. You know, sometimes I'm tired, sometimes I'm done streaming, but other times it's because I would check and be like, well, if I quit now, then I can make it to my vape store. You already admitted that recently. I don't think I admitted the ending stream early sometimes so that I could go get a vape after I had quit vaping. Yeah, nights that I would pray that Spectrum would choose now to cause my internet to shit out. Be like, please, Spectrum, if you're gonna make my stream end, now would be a great time so that I I have a reason to go get a vape. If you're a person who thinks you won't get addicted to nicotine because you don't have any addictive personality, do not think that will save you. You never know what substance your brain will get stuck on. Yes, and to bring this back to gambling, I feel like that is, I mean, I think that's just in general a mentality that a lot of people will have about any and all things that are, anything can be addictive. Okay, let me just say that. Anything can be addictive. Not everything is bad. Not everything you're addicted to is bad, but there are the obvious ones that can wreak havoc on your life. And I think with gambling, you know, nobody starts off gambling going, oh yeah, I'm going to be addicted to this and lose all of my money. I mean, maybe there's like one, there's always one guy. Maybe there's one guy who's like, you know what? I actually want to lose all of my money, so I'm going to start gambling.
Evolved well beyond what was available at the time. And now the gambling has gone from being in a place.
Did you end up quitting cold turkey? Did you step down to, no, I have like I have 6 and 3 milligram Zins on hand to help with the to help with the cravings. But I will say I don't consume them as often. Like it's just a different way of taking in nicotine, but I don't consume them as much as like I was vaping to get my nicotine fix. I haven't tried Zyn. Is it affordable? Yeah, they're usually like $6. I mean, if you're going through, you know, multiple Zyn pouches or Zyns a day, then yeah, it'll add up. But it's like $6 for one case. I used to smoke weed all day, every day for 5 years straight. I finally quit like 2 months ago. Oh, good for you. I'm still coughing up tar almost daily. Yeah, man. I knew that I needed to quit vaping. Like when I first realized that I really needed to quit vaping was when I could not walk up any sort of incline without being out of breath. Proud of you, chatter. That chatter is Mafia Jinx. Shout out Mafia Jinx. Congratulations. What is this?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you get addicted to crack? Did you ever get addicted to crack? Oh, I sweat uncontrollable. I can't get somebody that
Oh, did you get addicted to crack? Oh, how sad. Oh, boo. Nicotine makes you winded? Oh, I mean, if you're inhaling nicotine via cigs or a vape, yeah, that's taking a dump on your lungs. That's making your lungs work overtime. And yes, when you couple that with being out of cardio shape, which I have been for 5 years, so kind of about the same time that I started vaping. Yeah, my lungs are not strong. Anyway, I think being addicted to vaping substances is something that a lot of people can relate to. You know what's crazy? The thing that would make me not crave nicotine was when I would smoke weed, but I stopped smoking weed, and then it got to a point that like I didn't like smoking weed because I had such a low tolerance and I'm such an unproductive smoker. But that was like the only thing that would make me not want to hit. It's the only thing that makes me like not want to hit a nicotine vape for some weird reason. I don't know. I'm so addicted to weed, I don't know how to stop. You know what? Ask Mafia Jinx. I bet she can give you some tips. Although she did say she quit cold turkey, so you know the thing is that for a lot of people, anything that you're addicted to that is harmful, sometimes the only thing you can do is quit cold turkey. Even though it can be brutal. I would say just be too lazy to buy it again. I would say, like, for me, one way aside from Zins that I have gone over a month without hitting a nicotine vape is I don't buy it. So I think you have to be very vigilant about not buying the substance that you are addicted to. You know? I was on the Reddit. I was on the subreddit for vaping. And I saw one person post about how nothing would work for them. They tried quitting cold turkey. They tried tracking like how much money they were spending on vapes. What worked for them is that they have a phobia of rodents. So every time they wanted to vape, they would look at pictures of rats. And then their brain is like a psychological thing where their brain would then associate vaping with rats. So they kind of did self-aversion therapy, like negative association type of therapy. How did you quit? Well, I tried to vape mice. What if it actually had backfired? So instead of being like, oh, okay, vaping I'm associating with rodents and I hate rodents, they instead tried to vape rats. Their brain got all sorts of fucked up and they're like, I gotta vape this rat. What if it or it cured the phobia instead? Then they were addicted to rats. They vape while watching Amelia Perez. You know what? If it works, it works. If they ever visit New York City, they're gonna want to chain smoke so bad. Yeah. Don't go to New York. Sometimes you have to trick your brain. You can also substitute harmful addictions for more healthy habits. Yeah, you know, I tried that one too, and didn't work for me. It can work for people, but I feel like that's kind of one of those idealistic ways of quitting where you're like, just when you want to vape or, you know, smoke weed or whatever, just go to the gym. You know, the gym. All right. Anyway, yes, I said I didn't want to get in the whole vape convo again. I know. It's just that so many people understand it. It's like, people get it, okay? And it's not like I'm using chat to, you know, do vape therapy or anything here. It's not like I'm bringing this up as a way to make sure that I don't start hitting the vape again. You know? You know? All right.
you have to go to do
go
it
back.
to being accessible on your phone at any moment. There's nothing stopping these apps from trying to lure
I'm gonna
you
get
in
water,
constantly,
'cause that's what
and
I've
they're really
replaced
good at doing
nicotine
that.
vapes
Addiction is intensified, he says, by how much the gambling companies know about each user. That data was used to tailor offers and push notifications to keep the guy in action.
They knew the life stage, the customer life stage it was at, so win back, they described it. So people that have given up gambling for a while and they're trying to get them to come back.
Just by using these apps, you're giving them data about your gambling habits, which they can then weaponize against you. If they realize around 2 p.m. every Sunday is when you're most likely to interact with the app because you're watching 19 games at once and you're starting to get a little restless, they can tailor make a push notification just for you. Maybe they'll boost the odds of a third quarter Tyreek Hill touchdown, or they'll show you a parlay that 50,000 other people have bet on, and that many people can't all be wrong. Let's talk about parlays for a second, because I think that's one of the biggest contributors to the exponential rise of sports betting. It's
parlay time.
Put simply, a parlay.
Last thing I will say, if an article comes out that says, actually, vaping is good for you, just know that I will be at my vape shop so fucking fast, faster than you can say, hey, do you know where my vape is?
Parlay is when you combine multiple bets into one bet, significantly decreasing the odds of it hitting, but massively boosting the payout you'll win if it does. It's basically the difference between winning a few dollars for correctly calling one coin flip, or winning thousands of dollars if you can get that coin to land on heads 12 times in a row. You're so distracted by the possibility of how much you could win that you're not even considering the fact that you definitely won't. Parlays are the lottery ticket of sports betting, and these apps have
Caroline's about to take out a bank loan on vapes if it's revealed they're healthy. Yeah, if I didn't have any money, I would start gambling. To have money for vapes.
It is so easy to make one whenever you want. The only thing stopping you from putting together
I
a
would get
parlay
it
that
so
frankly doesn't
twisted.
even make sense is your own
So
imagination.
twisted.
Because of parlays, I think for a lot of people, gambling has become death by 1,000 paper cuts. Maybe instead of losing a lot of money all at once, you're just losing a little bit of money all the time. Sometimes you'll even lose money in a way that feels like you almost won. 5 out of 6, I was so close. But that means I'll definitely win next time. My only personal experience with online sports betting was a couple years ago when I saw Underdog Fantasy was offering to match your first deposit up to $100. And I thought, okay, I'll give it a try. I watch a lot of football. Maybe I can finally make back some of the money I've spent over the years supporting my stupid, shitty team. So I put in $100. They doubled it. And slowly over the course of the next 2 months, I lost $25 every week until it was all gone. Now, if I'm being honest, I think this...
Just remind yourself, tobacco was gathered by 10-year-old kids getting nicotine poisoning for below minimum wage. Oh, no. My leftist beliefs go out the fucking window. Like, I'm telling you, there was nothing that could get me to stop vaping aside from moving to a form of nicotine that is not inhaling smoke. Fuck them kids. Yeah, progressive except for tobacco.
Was actually best case scenario for me. I consider myself lucky that the few times I've tried gambling, it hasn't gone well for me because I have no positive association with it. In the same way that I have no desire to smoke cigarettes because the first time I did, I smoked 2 back to back for some reason and was nauseous the rest of the night. I have no desire to gamble because I've only ever lost money doing it. So even though Underdog managed to get $100 out of me, I actually think they would have preferred if I won a little bit first. When betting apps give out these kind of introductory offers, it's not just so they can get a bunch of free money, although that's definitely part of it.
I don't understand that. Okay, so he's like, I smoked 2 cigarettes back to back. I got nauseous and it turned me off. Like, I have vomited smoking a cigarette before and continued to smoke it. I have been sick as a dog with like strep throat and still vaped. Like, I saw other comments on the subreddit that were like, the only thing that got me to quit was when I had a really bad sore throat. Or like when I was really, really sick. And so I couldn't vape, or like I didn't want to vape. I'm like, well, couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. I know a lot of you are mentioning Fan because when you think of vaping, it is impossible to not think of Fan, who is is, you know, if Fan Fan is there, then her vape is there. She's so fucking funny. We were at Jonas's concert, and mind you, this is supposed to be like the fancy concert, right? This is it was purposefully not supposed to be scuffed, and Fan Fan is still up there like hitting her vape, just cloud of smoke, as she's singing her songs.
They're trying to create a customer for life.
Bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets. $5 get $200 back. $250 up to $500. Up to $2,000.
Online sportsbooks know that the best way to get people addicted to their product is to make that first big win as easy as possible. So they'll lure you in with an offer that seems too good to be true, because all of that is pennies compared to what they're raking in from the people who are hooked. They give you free money to start with. They'll let you try again if your first bet doesn't work. They'll let you throw in one leg of a parlay that has essentially a 100% chance of hitting. They are desperate to make sure you have a good time. They want every time you see that app icon on your phone to think about the rush you felt when you turned $5 into $100, so you keep chasing that feeling forever. I just managed to outsmart them by being so unbelievably bad at sports betting that I never even came close to winning. But because I was curious to see how much online sports gambling has evolved since I tried it a couple years ago, and because I would never leave a stone unturned in the pursuit of research, I decided for this video I should try it one more time. So I signed up for the only legal sports book in my home state of Florida, which I assume is named after famous internet sex symbol Hard Rock Nick.
Balls tugged on one by one.
Their introductory offer is that they'll give you
GG.
another chance to bet if your first one doesn't win. On the surface, that almost sounds like free money, but it's not like you can bet once, lose, and then just take your money back. You still have to give them the money. You're probably just gonna lose twice for the price of one. But hey, check this out. I've already unlocked a 1x multiplier, which means for every dollar I earn, I walk away with $1. I spent the next 12 minutes hard at work concocting the smartest and most guaranteed parlays the world has ever seen. With all my bets placed, I could finally sit back, relax, and enjoy a stress-free Sunday afternoon.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Why did I bet on Sam Darnold? Why did I bet on Kirk Cousins? Why did I take the over on Curtis Martin rushing yards? He retired in 2007.
The next few hours felt like a roller coaster, but in spite of it all, I was determined to come out on top.
Guess who has 2 thumbs and just won $9.52? This guy. My other thumb's holding the phone.
I was down, but now I'm up.
And since I only lost 5 other bets, I was just $61 from breaking even. Now I know what you're thinking, Drew, how could you have possibly known the Bills were gonna beat a team significantly worse than them? What are you, some kind of genius? No. I prefer Savant. The truth is, none of this would have been possible without my good luck charm, Michael McCorkle Jones. You can look it up, that's his real name. Ever since I saw him hit the gritty at the Pro Bowl a few years ago, I knew I needed a metal poster of him to hang up on my wall. And thanks to today's sponsor, Displate, that's finally possible. Are you tired of waking up to your boring,
Wouldn't it be
empty
so
walls? You try to
funny
hang up posters,
if
but you're hammered and
he
you come
had
with
done a
instructions, so you
gambling
don't know how to use
sponsor
it. Well,
for
why
the
don't you go ahead
video?
and throw that thing in the trash? Because you don't need one to hang up a display.
It'd be
Displays are
so
high-quality
meta,
metal
dude.
posters that help you show off all your favorite interests, whether it's Elden Ring, Halo
One of my
3,
friends has a
or
rule to
Minions
never bet on
from
his
the movie
fave team,
Minions.
so
And
no
the best
matter
part
what
is
he
you can hang them
wins,
up in a matter of
is
seconds
your
without any
friend
tools
will
and without
Neff.
putting any holes in your walls. Displate has over 2 million artworks to choose from, including tons of officially licensed
I would say, as
designs
somebody who doesn't know anything about sports,
and Minions from the movie
it
Minions.
would be
They even got a
funny,
product called
not
Textro that
funny,
brings
but
your
if
posters to
I
life with
did
tactile
sports
pictures
gambling
and
and
3D
just picked
contour
like
design.
whatever
A
name
poster
sounded
that's
cool.
fun to touch.
I'd be like,
If you've
I
been
don't know.
procrastinating your holiday shopping,
I
there's
just
never
thought
been a
that
better time to snag a
that
display.
person's
Not only
name
are
was
they great
cool.
gifts for anyone in your life, but they're celebrating
Or like
Black
that
Friday
person's name
with their
starts with
biggest
C
discount
and
of
my
the year.
name
You get
starts
up
with
to
C, and then I
44%
became
off
a
your order by going to the link in the
multi-millionaire.
description.
I became a
Displate.com
billionaire.
/DrewGooden or by using my code Drew at checkout. Thank you so much to
I
Displate
made
for sponsoring
more
today's
money
video,
on
which
sports
unfortunately
gambling than
will now continue.
anybody
All right, so I've
else.
been using this app for a little over a week now, and even though I did win a few more bets, all I've really managed to do is turn my initial $100 into $0. It's all gone. I think they know they're on the verge of losing me for good because they're
That would be like when Casually Explained did a BetterHelp sponsor for his video on bodybuilding and body dysmorphia. Yeah. Oh, BetterHelp. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. You cannot listen to any true crime podcast without getting hit by a BetterHelp ad.
Really ramping up the notifications. Most days I'm getting at least one every hour.
There was an old lady that called George Mason making it to the Final Four one year because she said he sounded like a nice boy. Yeah, that's me. I'm that old lady.
They offered me another second chance bet, this time up to $500. They are so confident, based on everything I've shown them so far, that it seems they're willing to give me any amount of money because it doesn't matter, I'm just going to lose it all anyway. Even in my very limited time using this app, I can already see the traps they're setting for me, and I am falling for them. For some reason, I've done multiple parlays that are contingent upon something happening at the beginning of a game. They offer a bunch of bets that are based on first quarter stats, and I realized firsthand why they do this. Because that one leg can cook your entire parlay immediately. But at that point, you've already committed to betting on this game, and there's so much more game to bet on. So you do. And before you know it, you're betting on Keyshawn George to make 5 threes? Why did I do that? I don't even know who that is. Why did I think Jake Paul was gonna knock out Mike Tyson? That fight was never ending in a knockout.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Anybody who bet on the Jake Paul and Mike Tyson fight, please know that these fights with influencers, they are predetermined. Why do you think Mike Tyson, why do you think, first of all, Jake Paul would agree to fight Mike Tyson? And then why would Mike Tyson agree to fight Jake Paul? Money, okay? Mike Tyson got paid a bag for that fight. So, no, he was never going to knock out Jake Paul. Yeah, bet on the Creator Clash. Bless you. Jesus. Okay, now you're being extra.
Punched each other like 4 times. Obviously, they were just in it for the money, and I knew that going into it. I only did this bet because they boosted my odds, and they only boosted my odds because they knew it wasn't going to happen anyway. It's 2024. How am I still getting scammed by Jake Paul? And on the flip side, when I do win a bet, sometimes I'm not even that happy about it because I'm just like, I should have bet more. You start getting carried away doing the math. I turned $10 into $30, but I could have turned $100 into $300, $1,000 into $3,000. Oh my God. It's infinite money. And I think that's one of the most dangerous things about gambling is that sometimes it works. It's a hobby that technically could go well for you if you get very lucky and quit at the exact right time, which you won't, and the casinos are banking on the fact that you won't. Problem gamblers aren't just chasing a feeling, they're chasing this idea that maybe they'll win the lottery.
Also, keep in mind that people will brag about their wins way more than they'll brag about their losses. Now, if you're somebody who's super rich, you know, having a story where you lost 50 grand on blackjack, that's like a ha-ha funny story with you and your rich friends. But when you see those like Twitter threads, okay, about crypto or whatever else it is, first of all, they're probably lying. They probably work for whatever company it is that they are not so subtly advertising. But also when you hear the like, oh yeah, I won $1,000 on the slot machine, you're gonna hear the wins more than the losses, and your brain will do that thing where it always remembers the wins over the losses. So you'll remember your buddy who won, $5,000 playing blackjack versus your 20 buddies who lost thousands playing blackjack. What is this? Survivorship bias. Never stop buying lottery tickets no matter what anyone tells you. I failed again and again, but I never gave up. I took extra jobs and poured the money into tickets. And here I am, proof that if you put in the time, it pays off. Every inspirational speech by someone successful should have to start with a disclaimer about survivorship bias. True. And the other thing is like, because the identity of lotto winners is not something that is kept secret, there is this like connection that people will feel to lotto winners because they're just regular people. It'll be like, oh yeah, this guy who worked a, blue collar job for 30 years bought a ticket from his local gas station and won $500 million. And you're like, that could be me. Like, these are just regular everyday Joes who overnight became millionaires. Yeah, you're like, what? I go to that gas station. So it's that feeling too of, if it happened to them, it could happen to me, because I'm just a regular Joe too. Also, by the way, those sports bet apps do anything to not pay out actual big winnings. Never bet big.
A lot of gamblers can recognize that they have a problem, but see the problem as the way out of the problem.
I think the feeling at the time was, if you can just get lucky here somewhere, then potentially there's a way of making this.
It's about time some rich people started winning the lottery. That's what I mean. Yes. What I'm trying to say is, I'm tired of poor people winning the lottery. Why aren't billionaires winning the Powerball? They win everything else. Give them the Powerball.
Go away. I suppose the flip side to that as well, Aaron, is it was enabling me to just gamble as much as I wanted as well.
If I just have one good day, I can win it all back. Yes, I've dug this huge hole for myself, but if I just keep digging, I might be able to find that diamond I've been desperately searching for. But the sad reality is, even if you find the diamond, you're just gonna feel so good doing it that you'll probably dive right back into the mines looking for another one.
The truth is,
oh my God, that was so me doing Minecraft. Remember how addicted I got to the diamonds? I gotta have more. I gotta have more diamonds. I couldn't get enough diamonds. I forgot about everything else in Minecraft. I didn't give a shit about building a fucking house. I just wanted to find another diamond.
If I'd have had that big win, I would have just spent it anyway.
A lot of the higher-ups at these companies will refuse any responsibility for creating new gambling addicts over the past few years. They'll make the argument that they're just addicted to their phone, and our app just happens to be on it.
I don't believe that there is an addiction to mobile betting any more than there is an addiction to utilization of your phone for any other reason.
You don't think adding a layer of betting makes the phone more addictive?
I'm sorry, who is this? Mr. John Gambling? Yeah, he's like, yes, I'm the CEO of online gambling, but no, I don't think that it's
then just tooling around Instagram.
No. There is problem gambling. It is a real problem. Whether it's gotten bigger or it's just become more noticeable because sports betting is legal, I think is an unknown.
Really?
Hey, they'd be gambling anyway. Whether it's on our app that sends 30 push notifications a day and is linked to their bank account, or only available in a state on the other side of the country, is totally irrelevant. And while there are obviously some people for whom that is true, you cannot deny the fact that making it so goddamn easy to bet anything at any time is leading to more people gambling who wouldn't have otherwise.
Well, if we don't do it, someone else will.
You're dangling a piece of candy inches away from people's faces and then saying, hey, it's not our fault they grabbed it. They still would have grabbed it even if it was 2,000 miles away. Since this is all still relatively new in the U.S., maybe we'll see more legislation in the future to combat this avalanche. In some countries, they no longer allow celebrities to appear in sportsbook ads, or they've banned the ads from appearing during sporting events altogether. America is still in this Wild West infancy where all these apps are just scrambling to find a way onto your phone before regulations start kicking in. But maybe in the future? Nah, I'm going to be honest. It's hard to imagine that happening. I think it's too late to put the toothpaste back in the tube. The leagues are making too much.
It's always painful when you find out that another country is doing something that we pretend like we can't possibly do. We're like, okay, sure, it's a problem, but what do you want us to do about it? And it's like, this, please?
Much money off it already. Of course they want to shove betting apps down everyone's throats. It gives people more of a reason to watch the games, especially bad ones. While most people would turn off a 20-point blowout in the fourth quarter, you're still glued to the screen because you need CeeDee Lamb to get 12 more yards for your parlay to hit. They've figured out a way to make every moment matter, even if it doesn't.
You want to make every game interesting?
Step 1, open the BetMGM Sportsbook.
You know what to do.
It's not just sports, though. It seems like these days you can gamble on absolutely anything. You can bet on celebrity breakups. You can bet on which White Lotus character will return.
That's... Oh, no. Mabel Takes, thank you. Thank you for the raid. Oh, no. Celebrity breakups? You can bet on that? Oh, no. Oh, man. After this... Before this... before this segment... Don't get it twisted. After this segment, get it so fucking twisted. It's time to substitute vaping with celebrity bets. Oh no. What celebrities will break up? Oh no. Oh fuck. Jeez. I wouldn't have played as long as I did if I didn't win $250 the first time I bet. Don't start if you struggle with self-control. Yeah. I just know that I like the first celebrity breakup bet I place, I would hit so big, and then it would be Jover. That was the beginning of the end. The beginning of
season
the
3,
end.
you can bet on the presidential election. And oh my God, so many people did. Hundreds of millions of dollars were tied up in political bets this year. And if that's not indicative of a nationwide gambling epidemic, I don't know what is. But I'll admit, I'm a little conflicted about this. Because on one hand, gamifying every aspect of our lives only gives more power to those with influence. It creates a financial incentive for spreading deliberate misinformation.
I'm just imagining people who lost money betting it all on Kamala Harris.
It can make you question the motive behind everything you see and hear. But on the other hand, XQC lost $700,000 betting on the election, and that's really funny. If you don't know who XQC is,
I forgot about that. Wait, didn't he do that because I swear to God he like watched some political something or other. What was it again? Right, like this is how you know this guy doesn't give a shit about politics, okay? On the one hand, yes. Yeah, he asked a certain somebody. That's right. He asked a certain somebody and then lost $700,000 betting on Brat. He bet on Brat. Yeah, this is the same guy who appeared in a stream with Donald Trump, who all XQC cares about. And he lost on Brat. It's probably not even that big of a hit for him to lose $700K. No. It's a double whammy. Not only did you lose all your money, but now Trump's also president. Yeah, in XQC's case, not even close to a significant portion of his money, but still a lot of money. I think there's something to be said about lack of fulfilling activities in people's lives that this fills. I used to sports bet in very small amounts while in undergrad. Then I graduated, currently on my gap year and working while applying to medical school. The lack of regular structure, extracurriculars in my life made me lean heavily into sports betting. I've won a lot, but also lost a lot. It should definitely be illegal. Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that sentiment, but I think, I think the driving factor in gambling is the idea of getting rich quick, right? And also as people become, as people have become more financially vulnerable, and as our institutions have shown us again and again that they do not do not value us, as our government has shown repeatedly that they are not interested in passing real, populist, aggressive policies, then people have become more desperate, right? It's like, okay, well, can't afford health care and my government's not providing it for me, so putting it all on red. Obviously, I'm not saying that is what it is 100% of the time, but it's the idea of that. People who are desperate, and that desperation creates a vulnerability and leads to seeking these get rich quick type of opportunities. And I also, it's the dopamine, it's the hit that you get when you win, even if it's not that big, but that is what can rope you in and keep you at it. There was a big scandal in Dota 2 a while ago because people were gambling on streamers' public random games and then trying to stream snipe them to manipulate the results. People bet on fucking anything. They really do. Gambling companies are truly evil. Yes. Here in India, gambling is completely illegal, so these companies made apps where you earn points on fantasy teams and can bet on them. It's not actual gambling, but they get you addicted to the concept of gambling, make you more likely to find illegal sources of actual gambling. They're like, you know what? Where there's a will, there is a way. One thing I've always hated was people who say want to make a bet in response to an argument, disagreement, and then badger you if you lost the bet, even if they... I have to say, I also don't like that. I am not somebody who, I've never been a person to say, you want to bet? You want to put money on that? And I don't like when everything gets turned into a bet. I don't like it because there is this, because there can be that pull, that devil on your shoulder that's like, do it, take the bet. There's that. And then there's also I don't want every fun thing to be ruined by money, right? Because as soon as you I get stressed out. Okay. When it comes to gambling in any way, even when there's not money involved, I am stressed with a capital S. Okay. I am not chill. It is not a fun thing for me. Even the people around me, if Will is ever doing anything where there's money on the line, it stresses me out. When they did that Super Smash Brothers game where it was Noah, Will, Ludwig, I can't remember who else, and of course it was fucking Mogul Moose who's like, let's $10,000 on this game. I'm stressed and I'm not even the one who's involved in it. But for me, the second that a bet is placed, it immediately takes the fun out of it. Because I am not somebody who enjoys betting. I don't like when money is put on something that is, was supposed to just be this fun thing. Take the bet. I made a bet that you would take the bet. No, I will never take the bet. I know that about myself, and I will say it. I will say it now, and I will say it a million times. I am not a person who will take the bet. I don't want ever to be offered a bet. I'll take those odds. I don't want odds. I don't. Lud had to make back his money from the last time he got scammed. That that man, you know what? I stay away from him, okay? I stay away from him whenever there's something that I am enjoying. I'm like, if he's around, no. Stay away from me. Stay away. Some people can't be invested in a thing if there's not money. It's the thrill of it. Yes. It's a type of thrill seeking where the second that money is involved, because it's not about the money for some people, right? It's not the money, it's the thrill of it, and it's about winning.
He's a streamer who, at least in every clip I've seen of him, seems to be speaking a language he invented and no one else can understand. He's also one of the many streamers who've massively increased their wealth over the past few years by taking sponsorships from offshore crypto-based online casinos, helping them and the website they stream it on explode in popularity. At almost any point of any day, you can go to the slots tab on kick.com and see someone who is zonked out of their mind. Eyes bloodshot red, 12 hours into non-stop slot spins, desperately trying to win back all the money they've lost so far. Oftentimes,
dude, you look, I don't even know who this is, but you know that in his brain, it's just a slot machine. Like if you were to zoom in all the way to his brain, it's just a slot machine. Ding, ding, ding.
Non-stop slot spins, desperately trying to win back all the money they've lost so far. Oftentimes in a situation so dire that even the chat, with no personal stakes involved and only there for entertainment, is begging them to stop. But they can't. They're on autopilot. Every loss is money that needs to be won back, and every win is just more money to gamble with. I randomly opened this guy's stream one day and watched in real time as he won almost $100,000 and then say this.
95K, that's fucking huge. We're a tenth of the way back.
A tenth?
Oh my God.
This dude was down $1 million on Big Bass Bash? Now, to most people watching, it's pretty easy to say, hey man, you should probably quit while you're ahead. No, 100,000 isn't $1 million, but it's a lot more than zero. The problem is someone in this state of mind isn't capable of seeing it that way. He's not even in Thursday afternoon with the rest of us. He's still on the tail end of Wednesday night. So the rational part of his brain, too subdued to muster anything more than a mumble, asks his chat if he should end it there.
We up the better leave.
They all scream, of course you should, but it falls on deaf.
The last thing that you should do is ask Twitch chat if you should stop gambling, especially if you are a streamer who gambles online as content. Like, that is not a chat that is going to be like, you know what? I think you need to stop. I think you pull out now. I think you say GG's.
Ears. He's yet to stop spamming spins for even a second. This man is no longer in control of his...
Wait, chat? Oh, wait, sorry. I misunderstood.
Dude, to muster anything more than a mumble, asks his chat if he should end it there.
We up the better leave.
They all scream, of course you should, but it falls on deaf ears.
Oh, I heard that as, of course you should up the bet, because I saw a number of chat comments that said up the bet. Okay, that gives me a little bit more hope that this guy's chat was not everybody screaming up the bet.
Fears. He's yet to stop spamming spins for even a second. This man is no longer in control of his actions. He's a zombie, relegated to the passenger seat of his...
The only time I ever have seen, I've ever seen someone doing online slots was one time Will pulled up Trainwreck's stream, and in the span of like a minute, you know, he rolled, or whatever the hell it's called, like 50 times or however, you know, just boom, boom, boom. And then Will was like, every single roll is $1,000. Every single roll. And it was like, I couldn't I couldn't look away because it was so insane that every single doot, hitting the button was $1,000 roll. Wild. I think your first take was right, but that highlights just how poorly that guy is doing. Despair. Oh, about chat. Yeah, I think. Yeah, generally. I think if you are a gambling streamer, your chat is probably going to be hoorahing you through one more spin, 10 more spins, 100 more spins. Yeah, some rolls are 10K each. It's the type of money that even knowing that these are streamers who have millions of dollars, it still makes you sick. It still is like, it's like sickening to watch. And then, you have to remember too that a lot of streamers who online gamble, one, are getting paid to do so, and two, are gambling with the, as like part of their contract, are gambling with money from whatever company is sponsoring them. And we might know that, but the young people who, the kids who watch them, that doesn't compute. And they're just hooked. And of course, all of these sites will be like, ooh, if you sign up now, we'll give you $100. Like, they'll get you started, they'll give you money, and then that is gone in like sometimes that's gone in like a minute. Less.
The balls?
Whoa.
Every click is 3K.
Balls. It's max.
Oh, fuck.
I think 3K is max.
Hit a 1,000.
Yeah, I can't even watch. It's ugh. My God. Oh my God. Just in that 2 seconds. In that 2 seconds, that's like $20,000. Oh my God. Oh my God.
His own mind as it careens towards the conclusion everyone watching knows is inevitable. But there's nothing he can do to stop the momentum.
I have to quit at a certain point. I have to give up. At a certain point, I gotta give up. Oh my God.
Yeah, because it's just the one more mentality.
Dude, that dog
one more.
Oh my God. That's crazy. Lost over $1 million today. There's nothing in there.
All he can do now is sit in the reality of what just happened.
What the fuck? Beautiful girl. Dude.
Come to terms with
Who
the fact
is this
that despite
guy?
his and everyone else's
The addictive part of gambling was discovered to be not winning or hoping to win, but the literal moment of anticipation where you don't know if you'll win or lose. Oh. Toji, the ultimate degen. Does he still do this for stream? Like, is he a gambling streamer? Look at the wall behind. Oh my God! Wait, why does it look like that? Did he punch the wall? Like, what? Why does it look like somebody took a sledgehammer to the wall? Oh my God. Oh my God. No, I didn't notice that because I was consumed by the despair. Yeah, those marks look like I punched the wall in anger.
Beautiful girl. Dude.
because
come
I
to
lost
terms
a
with
lot
the
of
fact
money
that
on
despite
slots.
his and everyone else's better judgment,
He works in the federal government now. No, shut up. What? No. No, like what? Doge? Is he on the Doge team? That's the only thing that I'd be like, okay, that makes sense. Put him in charge of the Treasury. Yeah, he's Secretary of Treasury. But holy shit. You know what? In Trump's America, that makes sense. That fits. That tracks.
he got doghouse.
Doghouse is what did it. The doghouse is what defeated me. I got doghouse. I got doghouse. I got a full doghouse. Full doghouse, dude. Full doghouse. Full fucking doghouse, dude. Dude.
I don't even know what that, like...
I got doghouse.
Doghouse in gambling. Doghouse... Like, does
Did
it
I
mean,
just
like,
watch this guy ruin his life?
I don't know, actually. The thing is,
it's the name of the game. Oh, the Doghouse Slot Review. Okay, that's why he's saying I got Doghouse.
hard to take streams like this at face value. There's a very well-documented history of streamers on Kick high-stakes gambling with money that was given to them by the website they're playing on. So not only are the stakes not high, but it's technically not even gambling. It's just promotion. The entire goal of these streams is just to make the people watching them think they too can go win life-changing money on asscoin.com. So maybe
Also,
this is...
I don't know whoever's stream that was just up, but I saw a comment in their chat that said Charlie Kirk is a legend.
all bullshit. Maybe the only real
Damn,
thing
they got
about
it
these
so
streams are the
twisted.
holes he punched into the wall behind him. Maybe he'll miraculously be back in a couple days with a suspiciously large balance after seeming to lose everything. But clips like this are just the flip side of an online ecosystem currently doing everything it can to convince impressionable teenagers scrolling through TikTok and YouTube shorts that gambling is awesome actually, and you gotta start doing it.
Yes, 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 yes. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Bang, 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 bang.
That's a great feeling, man.
Now, some people have accused
was that Nick Merckx? My fave guy.
these websites of rigging the odds in favor of the streamers so it's easier for them to farm these clips. And as far as I'm aware, there's no proof of that. I think the misrepresentation of odds here is simply due to the fact that these websites can just keep depositing money into their accounts whenever they lose, giving them unlimited funds to play with.
Unless Rubet's gonna give me free money, I think that's like actually it. We really just need Howie to give us a ton of free money.
If you're given infinite money,
There's
you can just
no
keep
such
betting
thing as
until you hit a
money.
jackpot. For them, there's no such thing as rock bottom, a philosophy that very much does not translate to real life. In real life, you can hit rock bottom, and when you do, there's no texting Howie to get yourself out of it. What's especially concerning about these kinds of streams is that while sports betting apps are at least targeting mostly grown men, the majority audience for a lot of these streamers are teenagers and young adults. People whose brains have not finished developing yet. People who would have a harder time distinguishing between entertainment and real life and have less of an ability to evaluate risk compared to people much older than them. It is statistically proven that people who are exposed to gambling at a young age are more likely to develop problems with it later in life. So maybe don't do this. Is that too?
Also, it's super shitty and is a part of the gambling problem with college students overall. Like more and more college students, especially first year college students, have gotten involved in gambling, and it is an addiction that is on the rise among people who are that exact age group, the age that watches these guys on Kick or Twitch or whatever. Yeah. There are some very alarming statistics about how many college students have a gambling addiction, but also just how many college students gamble their first year of college. And, you know, and then you can break it down like how many gamble weekly. Yeah, freshmen 15, now freshmen down 15,000. Oh my God. Yep, I'm worried about my youngest bro and his sports betting and how intense he gets about it. Yeah. Last year I had 2 classmates who would gamble for the whole 50-minute lecture. Oh my God.
Too much to ask.
Now, there are a few different types of gambling streamers. There are the ones like Aiden Ross, who have been very transparent about the fact that money is the only thing that matters to them, and there's no line they would be unwilling to cross in pursuit of it. Then there's streamers like Steve Will Do It, who admitted in an interview with CoffeeZilla that the only reason he started taking these sponsorships was because he used to have a gambling problem, and it was a way for him to continue to gamble without having to use his own money. In other words, he knows from personal experience the harm a gambling addiction can cause, but he has no problem promoting that to other people as long as it's not his money they're losing. But then there's also plenty of streamers.
Yo, you know what? Especially fuck that guy. Whoever that guy is, especially fuck that guy. What a piece of shit. What a scum fuck. Man, to have a gambling problem and to have openly talked and admitted to the fact that you had a serious gambling problem and that's why you took gambling sponsors, and how inevitably you have led to other people having a gambling problem. He does poverty tourism too, of course. Of course. Caroline's learning a lot today. You know what? We're bringing back reacts. I feel like I haven't reacted in a hot minute to it. This is great. I really like Drew Good, and this is a really good video. Especially when it's about like videos that involve internet creators. You know, I always learn a lot. It's kind of amazing how insulated I am, how there are just a lot of creators I am not aware of, or like things on the internet that I don't know of. You gotta watch his streaming service one. I feel like I once upon a time had like pulled that video to watch. Maybe I watched. I don't remember. I have like 200 videos in my YouTube playlist of things that once upon a time during a stream I was like, I'm going to watch this, and then didn't.
That don't seem to
Megan,
think they're doing anything wrong. They put their head in the sand and make excuses because the money's too good for them to turn down. Take Nick Merckx, for example. Nick gets pretty defensive when people question the fact that he spends 1 week out of every month spinning slots on Kick.com. Oh yeah, man, sorry. Forgot a bunch of children watch my streams. Like, dude, you've spent the past 6 years streaming Fortnite and Call of Duty.
Yeah, this is the same guy who says, like, trans people are bad for kids, and then will gamble online to his audience of children. Yeah, you know, the just amount of hypocrisy, the mountain of hypocrisy that is Nick Merckx. Relevant Slimes, beautifully written eulogy. Okay, we'll read this after.
If you don't think the majority of your audience is young men, I don't know what to tell you. And don't even get me started on Drake. I know a large portion of his audience is underage because those are the people he's trying to fuck.
So while obviously these websites, who use decentralized currency and are based out of a small island country with laughably loose gambling restrictions in order to skirt federal regulations, are mostly to blame for the damage they've caused, these celebrities and streamers who've helped popularize them are very much complicit. When you build an audience online, whether you like it or not, there is a parasocial element to it. There are people people in your fan base who look up to you and trust you, and every time you sell something to them, you are leveraging that parasocial relationship in order to financially benefit. And I'm not gonna act like I'm perfect. I sell merch, I have sponsors, I just did an ad read like 3 minutes ago. But my God, I feel like the bare minimum with the sponsorship is, does this product actively hurt the people that use it? Yes? Then I'm not gonna do that. I get that it can sting to turn down a lot of money, and if the numbers people have floated around are accurate, it is a stupid amount of money. But for some of these people who could already live 10 full lifetimes without ever having to worry about bills ever again, when is it enough? It's just crazy to me. It's like, thank you to everyone who supports what I do. You've given me my dream job, this life of luxury I'm so lucky to have. And in return, I give to you a crippling addiction. Sorry, I wanted to buy a house in Mexico.
We got another place because you can't do it in America. You have to go somewhere else. So we went somewhere else and we got another place.
Call me dramatic, but I'm a little concerned where this is all headed. People like to talk about iPad babies who are burning all their dopamine receptors before they even reach preschool. But what is a slot machine if not just a giant iPad? Scientifically engineered to be as mesmerizing as possible so you don't even realize what you're letting it take from you.
$1,000 in fast spins at $50 a spin. Look at that, $194,000 grand. That thing is due. Oh. Well, that's $1,000.
Gambling can be addictive enough on its own even before you add in all this social pressure. The transition from casual gambler to full-blown addict can happen so gradually, a lot of people don't even realize it's happened to them until it's too late. And when everyone around you, from celebrities in commercials to all your favorite streamers, are just making it seem like it's no big deal, it's fun, everybody does it. Can you truly recognize the seriousness of what you're getting yourself into? I think all we can really do for the time being is try to fight back against the normalization of gambling. So what do you say we all get together and call a timeout? What's that? They already tried that for hate.
We need to stop it.
So let's take this moment
To change the momentum.
and call a timeout
On hate.
Together. Together.
And it's not working, even though they got Shaq. Well, that's not good. That was kind of the only idea I had. Gambling is not new. For as long as there's been man, there's been the primal desire to bet it all on red. But what is new is the way technology...
Just him saying, as long as there's been man, there's been a primal desire, and then it's a clip of XQC just screaming. All I can think of is... like, has somebody ever put this clip over, or this song? Okay, has anybody ever put this over a clip of
So 2x though, man. Yeah, but it's
the dawn of man. Anyway, sorry. But sometimes I get an idea in my brain. I'm like, I need to see what this looks like. Okay, anyway, we're
know
almost
they're
done with
most likely to
this.
be open, using a constantly evolving algorithm to offer bets that are so time sensitive you have to commit to it before you even have a chance to think about it. These apps didn't invent gambling addiction, they've just made it more accessible. You combine all of that with a system in which most people aren't paid nearly enough money for the amount of work that they do and might see gambling as one of the only ways out of that situation, only to end up exacerbating
2025, a gambling odyssey.
Their problems, and you end up with the unmitigated economic disaster we're in now. Forgive me for using the C word, but we've stumbled into this stage of capitalism where every dollar must be profited by any means necessary, and foregoing any chance to do so would simply be seen as a missed opportunity. Advertisements in between the game? Not enough. Now they're a part of the game. A mini fridge in the hotel that I can store my leftovers in? No, we should be filling every square inch of that thing with $12 Coke cans that'll automatically charge your credit card even if you're just moving one out of the way. A YouTube outro that's just a few seconds of peaceful music and no call to action? You wish, bozo. Please go listen to the song I made with my friend Sam. I wrote the guitar for it, and I think it's pretty good. Thanks for watching.
That was a good one. That's Drew Gooden, which if you don't know Drew and I know Drew, then that means yes. Yes, I have found people who are less online than I am. There are people who I have learned of since I started streaming where I have been told, "What? You don't know who that is? You don't remember the TikTok he did when road work ahead? I sure hope so." Yeah, Sandwich's favorite favorite TikTok or Vine, whatever. You guys know what I meant. You know what I meant, okay? All right. Wait, I had wait. What do I want to show? Was it this? Maybe? No? Oh, yeah. If you ever need a good laugh, 1.5 minute of XQC naming animals.
I can't.
Thanks to
What the
Cinemark
fuck is that?
for this. Oh, like, did he find this?
What's that thing? Is that a dog?
Ooh.
Is that a dog?
Can I just say, I wish XQC just did content like this. Like, why doesn't he just do this? This is the content that he should do. Him screaming, "It's the law." It's the law. Like, that is great XQC content. That is content. This is I can get behind.
Large prey.
What is that? A buffaloes?
Buffaloes.
Number 5.
Godzilla.
Phil the gorilla.
Cheeto.
See, like, come on, man. He can be so funny. And, like, no one can do this type of content that XQC can do. Cheeto?
Is that a chicken? What the fuck is this? Dude. At first, I thought it was like a llama. I don't know the bit. Is that a turtle? It's a llama! Oh, dude. Aren't those like little prairie dogs?
Bring back old XQC.
Oh, it's old chipmunk. Oh, no! Oh, baby wolf, dude. Oh, it's like a small otter, dude. Oh, dude. It's like a small lobster. I mean, fucking beaver. They look like a small bread. Crocodiles.
Like, it's not, it's funny, it's harmless. It's not doing a fucking stream with Donald Trump, man. Back when all he did was react content. Yeah. It's wild how some of the biggest streamers who simultaneously shit on leftist political commentators who talk about how, like, in the same breath that they will like denigrate people who do politics on stream, but only when those are leftist political streamers, now will do politics. You know, like Asmongold. It's like, how is so much of your content now you giving your political takes, which are so hateful, and yet you will also like shit on politics and things. Like, you're the same person who who will go on a rant about diversity in a video game. Keep politics out of video games, which is like crazy that diversity equals politics, right? Is this the don't get it?
Dude. Stream Deck, analyzer, fucking moderator stance, sound filter, 6 monitors, pedals, drums, gaming guitar controllers, 6 consoles, 10 computers, bunch of fucking wires, sound pads, speakers, antenna, satellite, dog cam, cat tree, cat this, and a bunch of dogs, dude, right? They're ready to fucking analyze NASA's landing speeds, dude.
Jesus Christ. I gotta link the classic Austinox gambling meme.
You. Games. Fun. Slots. Money. Slots. Wins. Gamble. Money. Gamble. Jackpot. Penthouse suite. Expensive cars. You with a girl. Winning money. 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 Wins. Gamble. Fun. Slots. 40-hour streams. You in a McLaren. Fucking buck. Gamble more, you fucking pussy. More wins. More money. More slots. Charity. Gamble. Please gamble responsibly.
Oh my God. I have never seen this. When Twitch streamers tell you not to gamble, where the hell has Austinox been? Mod check Austinox? Where is Austinox? Remember the political ad apocalypse? Well, Asman never once put on the politics tag on his stream and never stopped right-wing reacts. Yeah, well, you know what happened is streamers realized that the right-wing grift is very lucrative. They realized what Crowder and all those guys have known for quite some time, that the louder you are and the more inflammatory you are, the more sports cars you can buy, the more millions you have. Austinox is probably cooking up a masterpiece. We'll drop it out of nowhere. Did he ever release the London video? I remember that was like around, I think, the last time that Austinox was on, was like active on Twitter. There was some London video, not the last time Hassan had gone to London, but I think it was 2 times ago. Release the London video. He still hasn't released the UCLA encampment video. You guys, is Austinox in jail? Is anybody gotten confirmation that Austinox is not like imprisoned somewhere? He's on Blue Sky. Well, that doesn't change the fact that he could be in gulag somewhere. Blue Sky's actually good. You know, I have heard people enjoy it. I stand by what I said when people jump ship again to go to Blue Sky for real. I don't think I'm at a place in my life where I will be adding additional social media platforms. It's just using the ones that I have less rather than going somewhere else.
I don't think it's a political game.
20 years of civil war.
There's nothing simple about it.
Chemical weapons have fallen into terrorist hands.
Because of this poison, my people have known something worse than war. The invaders of my country have no regard for human life. We live like this every day.
Any further complications and we're at war.
The question, is this a political game, doesn't actually mean anything.
But we are all killers here, no?
Chemical
Call of Duty famously apolitical.
are now in the wild.
The rules of engagement have changed.
I don't think it's a political game.
So, that was a lie. This game is clearly political. There's a black woman.
DEI equals die. You just don't post on, or you stop using Twitter. I didn't entirely stop using Twitter, but I do use it less than I used to. I kind of will just pop on. What's funny is that usually I'll know what I want to say when I go on Twitter versus what I used to do, which would just be like endlessly scrolling and then finding things that I would quote tweet. I don't respond to weirdos on Twitter anymore because there is literally no point. Elon Musk Twitter, you are simply wasting your time fighting all of the hogs and the Nazis and idiots on that place. You gotta do the Denims method, log on, talk some shit, log off. Yeah, I kind of will just be like, you know what? I want to post something about the Oscars, so I'll pop on, post something about the Oscars. I'll still scroll a little bit to just see if there's anything popping off to like talk about on stream, but yeah, I do not use Twitter like I used to, which is good. EA has been accused of using real-world images of strikes in Gaza for its Battlefield 2025 promo art. Yeah, I feel like this is probably not the first time that a gaming company has used actual images of a country torn apart by bombs, a war that has been enacted onto it. I think the people who did that should consider reversible actions, maybe Minecraft. Yeah, it's pretty fucking sick. That is, especially as EA is not, it's not like EA is coming out and making statements in support of Palestine, right? So it feels especially egregious, especially nasty if they are, if they used images from Gaza. Okay. Oh my God. I need to go lather my face. Day two is always the worst because your face is just my face feels like the equator. like the tectonic plates shifting. You guys, I think that might be it. I was thinking about bringing back Survivor tonight, but I think I might do that tomorrow. I think we might start a new season tomorrow night. And then I got to figure out, well, first of all, I have to figure out if Baldur's Gate Tuesday is happening. I don't know. So I need to get an update there and see if if Baldur's Gate 3 is actually going to finally happen. I'm not going to the vape store. No. I'm going to go put a bunch of lotion on my face and finish watching Hard Truths. And then otherwise, next game, I said I wanted to play a horror game. I was thinking maybe knocking out something like Edith Finch, because that's a short one. Let me look at my list, actually. Games bucket list. Okay. Untitled Goose Game, we did. We finished that one. BioShock, we finished. Because the thing is like, if we're doing Baldur's Gate 3, then that's a very long game. So if we're not doing Baldur's Gate 3, then I might embark on one of the longer games. So, I should play that on 420 Weed Shop Simulator. Okay. So, anyway, coming up we have we're getting back into reacts. I love reacts. I forgot how great they are. I forgot how great it is to watch a video of someone who is extremely talented and put a lot of work into the video and react to it. And then I think I want to start a new season of Survivor. And then we will be starting a new game. I just have to decide if I want to do something. If I want to do a quick one or if I want to get involved with something longer. You would fucking adore LA Noire. That's like a medium length game. Yeah, so maybe something short to medium or one of the hefty ones. Oh, I haven't forgotten about Minecraft. No, I haven't forgotten about that either. Sam and I still have to beat the dragon in Minecraft. It better not be a political game. Don't worry. Keep politics out of video games. I do not want any video game I play to have any politics in it whatsoever, especially if it's that DEI bullshit. So, yes, Minecraft. Sam was gone for a week, so I wanted to give her some time to get back in the swing of things, and then we will resume. We will resume Minecraft. My continued vote for the J. Aubrey Kick streamer video essay. It's so good. Also, Soma's so good. Medium length and horror, but with a good story. I love me some J. Aubrey. He's great. It's always painful when I find out someone who's like a really super smart, talented content creator is 25 years old. I'm like, why is everyone 25? Everyone's 25. Like when I meet someone, I go, let me guess, you're 25. Person who's very cool and smart and successful. Let me guess, you're 25 years old. Pro tip, almost all the games on the list will require controllers to be ready. Okay, good to know because I have no idea where my controller is. No idea. Also, I have an exciting announcement. That I'm going to tell you guys about before I sign off here. I'm having twins. No. Will and I are officially going to be moving. It's very exciting. And we're moving into a place where I will have my own stream room. Yay! No more spiders. Hopefully, no more flooding. No more being in my bedroom. No, we're not getting married. No. No. No, this is the exciting announcement. And so, at some point in the near future, we will definitely be doing a room decorating stream where you guys and myself will be finding fun things for the stream room, which I'm really excited about. And of course I of course have my small collection of things which will find a place in the stream room. I have my Farley portrait. I've got all my little things that you guys have sent me in the PO box. But yeah, I'm very, very thrilled. I'm very thrilled. And it's hard to believe that soon I will actually have a room that is just for streaming. No more naked Will. Well, I did say to him, I was like, oh man, I'm gonna miss you like being on the stream since I'm not in the bedroom anymore. You know, just all the moments that he's popped by. So he has promised to still make appearances on stream. I don't know if he'll be in his towel. That would require an extra step because my stream room won't be our bedroom where our bathroom is and him coming out in the shower. So I'm gonna have to find another way to farm subs. I got to figure out another way that I am going to farm all of those subs. So, I guess I'm just going to have to put our shower in my stream room. You know? Are y'all moving? Yes. If you got hit by an ad, which I think might have happened because those ads always love to fuck up announcements. But yes, we are going to be moving very soon. And it's exciting because when I started streaming in September of 2022, Will and I had moved into this apartment about a year prior, and I had not anticipated becoming a streamer. So we got a 2-bedroom place that was with the intention of turning one bedroom into his streaming room, and then the other bedroom would be our bedroom. And so that meant that when I started streaming, I had to stream in our bedroom. And also there is our apartment is hostile to having guests. So when the Wake Wilders come into town, when the Peaches and the Sears come into town, when family comes into town, they cannot stay at our place. So this new place that we're moving into, Will and I will both have a room that will be our stream rooms. We will have our bedroom, and we will have a guest room, which is very exciting. And maybe that's the way that we convince Wake to finally move. He just becomes a permanent guest. The Peaches and Sears sound like tribes from One Piece. The Peaches and the Sears. You mean we won't hear Will screaming anymore? I feel like he'll find a way. Somehow there's always the possibility that we will be able to hear Will. Like, I think we'd have to be on opposite sides of the country, but thank you guys. Thank you for all the excitement that you are expressing. It is very exciting. I feel like I'm gonna be a real big time streamer now. I'm gonna have my own stream room. I'm gonna have all my things. Maybe I'll buy a stuffed animal for the first time in my life just to have in the background of my stream room. Can't wait for the new kitchen streams. Yeah, it's gonna be great. And there was a part of me that kind of hesitated to say that we're moving because I've just dealt with some shit at this current apartment. And so, wanting to... When I first started streaming, I never ever would have thought that there would be people who... no, not my neighbor, no. When I started streaming, I didn't ever think that like privacy was something that would become really important to me. It would be something that was of a necessity. And then I realized that being a girly online who has such controversial opinions like, hey, trans people should have rights and free Palestine would result in that privacy being invaded upon. But anyway, I figured, you know what? I am excited that we are moving and that I will have my own stream room. And obviously, you guys will know once I move into a room that is not our bedroom and I am streaming out of it. Maybe I'll take it for granted till it's breached. Yeah. And so anyway, I think it's weird because it's not like it's a new chapter in streaming for me, but it's gonna feel like there's going to be a newness to streaming because I will I'll be in a different place. And I will finally have a stream room. Can the guest room be Farley's room when you don't have guests? Yeah. It'll just have Farley stuff everywhere. Before y'all move, we should do a clips comp of funny moments. The hurricane stream comes to mind. It would basically be 20 clips of me saying something, looking to the side, seeing a spider, screaming, or me like dealing with flooding and fires and other weather elements. Have you checked the internet speeds at the new place? You want to know something? You want to know something that Will told me? Spilled Bag of Ice, thank you for the 10 months. Apparently there is fiber optic. That's right. I don't want to jinx it. But apparently our new place has fiber, which hopefully means that my internet will not take a shit like it likes to do every couple of weeks. Finally catching up to Hezbollah. Do you know what's so funny? Wait, who was I talking to? Fuck. I was talking to somebody and I was doing the Hezbollah has fiber rant. And after the rant was done, they were like, wait, who's Hezbollah? Fuck, I can't remember who I was saying it to though. Yeah, so you guys, I am moving to Lebanon. Yeah. I'm leaving LA. I'm moving to Lebanon. You didn't have it before? No. I did not. I have been at the mercy of non-fiber. I'm going to become the biggest streamer in Lebanon. That's right. Biggest streamer in Armenia. I'm just collecting the titles. Yeah, okay. I see you guys all coming through being like, I live in this place and I have fiber. Yeah, okay, we know. Fuck Los Angeles. I wanted a guest room, but we found a place with fiber, no HOA, buried electrical lines, and room for me and husband to each have a studio. We have a comfy couch. Yeah, for me, the priority was a stream room. It was not like having a room for guests was, oh, this will be really nice. But really it was, I would like to finally have a room that when I'm talking about like when we were looking for a place with X amount of rooms, where I was like, it will be really nice to have a stream room. And I also know that Will has been very ready for me to no longer stream out of the bedroom. You deserve your own workspace. I just think too it'll be better for like a separate. I think my mind will be better. There is something about like streaming. You know how they say don't eat in bed? How it's like your bed should only be for sleeping. Don't watch TV in bed. Don't eat in bed. Whatever. Okay. I think because I stream out of our bedroom, it's always kind of I don't know how to explain it, but it's like this weird thing where you turn off stream and then walk 4 feet and get in bed type of thing. And I think like kind of how when you would work from home, when I worked from home for a couple months when I worked at Sony, I started off and I was working from bed, and then I quickly realized this ain't gonna work for me. Yeah, separate work and rest space. And I had to make myself get dressed and go to another part of my apartment to work, because being in my PJs with like a nicer top on when I had Zoom calls and working from bed, it was not good. So yes, I do work from home. True. I do work from home. So I think just like that separation of resting space where I sleep, you know, the privacy and whatnot of your bedroom versus where I work. We also don't need to see streamers' bedrooms low key. Yeah, I've always felt weird about it. I'm gonna be so for real. Whenever I like do an interview with a journalist or, you know, somebody who is a serious person that I'm talking to, I'm like, yeah, here's my bed where I sleep. Sorry. Or times that I have done like, I don't know, just done anything where I'm on camera from my home setup, and I'm like, I have never loved being in the bedroom. You know, this way you always make your bed. That is true. I have made my bed every single day because I know that it will be featured on stream later. Does Farley have a grass patch? Yes. We have a little front yard. Sorry, you asked that a bunch of times and I missed that until now. We have a little front yard that is perfect Farley sized, and it's like walled off enough that he can just hang out there. So the boy will have his weeds. Let the boy have his weeds. Let the boy have his patch. Let the boy have his patch. The boy will have not just a patch, but a nice sized patch. That is right. The boy will have his nice sized patch. And yeah, it's gonna be great. And it's in a way where we can keep like the door open so he can come and go as he wants. He can spend all night in the patch if he wants to. I mean, I will say you've seemed to good a very job at making it seem as nice and professional as possible. We'll miss the mismatched lamp moments. Well, you know, maybe I have a lamp in the streaming room that I make sure the shade is always crooked just for those who will miss it. I just got here. Are you finally moving? Yes. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeedy. So that is really like the big thing that I have coming up, which is going to be a pain in the ass because, as we all know, as great as it is to be in a new place, like as that part's exciting, the moving part sucks. Do you know what would have been funny if when Pokey announced that she was moving and that she had a surprise roommate, I also had announced that I was moving and everybody thought that Pokey and I were moving in together. So here's the surprise, you guys. Pokey and I are going to be roommates. Yeah, moving, everyone's favorite activity. Yeah. Hire moving company. Yeah, I mean, certainly we have big items that we will need help with. As much as I am like my father, and I'm like, nah, we just do it ourselves. Like every time we moved, this is such a Kwan thing, okay? The DIY that I possess, which as I've talked about includes painting half of the kitchen and then stopping, that comes from the Kwans. Why would I hire someone when I can just do it myself? And every time we moved when I was growing up, and we moved 5 times, and we weren't like moved down the street type of people. We were moved to a different state type of people, and my dad did it by himself. Every time. Sometimes he would have to grab like a neighbor to help him move the heavier things, but he moved. When we moved the first time from Iowa to Chicago suburbs, we had a gold minivan. And because my dad, because my dad is my dad, he would just drive back and forth, pack up the gold minivan and drive back and forth. And then he did the same thing with the same gold minivan when we moved from the Chicago suburbs back to Iowa. And and he moved so much of our house. Hiring movers is money well spent. Yes, it is true. But I have that annoying Kwan thing where people like my dad are super self-sufficient. I'm on I think I can do it, and then I don't end up doing it. I mean, there are certain things I have done. Like I have rented my own U-Hauls before and moved myself out and like, I don't know. Actually, I probably shouldn't tell that story about the U-Haul, but yes, I have rented U-Hauls and driven U-Hauls before. And anyway, but this time we will be most certainly having to hire a company, even though I have insisted on moving at least some things ourselves. I just can't help it. Not the U-Haul crime spree. No, you guys. Let me just state for the record. I did not commit crimes while driving a U-Haul, okay? I did not go on a U-Haul crime spree. I didn't. Just for the record. For the record, no crimes were committed, I think. Okay, no crimes that I'm actively aware of were committed while I was driving a U-Haul. That sounds like something a U-Haul crime doer would do. No. Okay, I will just say, I thought that driving, I underestimated how tall U-Hauls are. I miscalculated a little bit. Yeah. You know, it was one of those like, this feels too easy. I was kind of patting myself on the back like, damn, I really did that shit, huh? I really rented that U-Haul and packed up my shit and drove it successfully. No problems whatsoever. Yeah. So anyway, I think we are going to... I have a feeling this is going to be a slower moving process, kind of a gradual thing, but it will be starting next week. But I basically want to be able to move without having to take like time, you know, major time off streaming, maybe a day or two here, but I think I would prefer moving in chunks, you know, or at the very least, like packing stuff up here. Bit by bit, moving with Will, right? Yes, we have decided to stay roommates. We have enjoyed our time together. Although I have said that there are a couple things that if he wants to keep being roommates, that I'm gonna have to put my foot down on. Yeah, no, I am moving with Pokimane. Yep, I'm moving in with Pokey. It's a woman's world, everybody. And a woman's world, and I'm not about it. You and that U-Haul, is this the same clip? Oh no, you guys just both sent U-Haul compilations. This is an 11-minute video compilation. Just kidding. Oh my god. Look, it's always higher than you think it is. It's always higher than you think it is. You're like, yeah, I got this. I got this. I got this. Oh shit, no, I don't got this. Someone's just screaming. They've put up like 12 signs in the same. Oh no! Oh no! Oh my god! Yo, the sound effects! Oh no! Okay. At what point? Oh shit. At what point are they gonna raise the goddamn bridge? Come on. Never. Never ever. They did, and people just kept hitting it. Some of these are fucking insane. Like, okay, some of these are close. The RVs where it just, catches the top. It's like, okay, you almost made it. Some of these are not close at all. It's like, brother, you just shaved off like a whole foot of your truck. You just buzz cutted. Oh. It's like they raised the bridge, but then they also made the trucks taller. Now that truck won't have a problem next time it goes through the bridge. You know what? Now that is... Oh my God! Okay, let me just tell you though, as someone who has not done this, I can imagine the feeling of when this happens, you are just screaming. You are just like, oh my fucking God! Like, it must be a crazy realization. Oh no! Oh, she goes, you gotta be the dumbest motherfucker. You know what's crazy? Is this just never gets old. It's the same thing over and over again, and yet. Have you seen the Seattle exit video? I have not. Cars taking the I-5 South Union Street exit too fast. Oh my God! What is happening? What is happening in Seattle? What the fuck? It's literally right off the freeway, so people fly off of it. Oh my God! Now this is like GTA. Do they have signs up now? The highway just ends. Jesus Christ! The screeching is crazy. Oh my God. Okay, for those 3 seconds, drivers who don't realize that the freeway just ends like that must be must be shitting themselves. Yeah, why do they have a crosswalk there? Does Seattle want people to die? Welcome to Seattle, where you'll die. Seattle is like, hey, come on down to Seattle, where the likelihood of you dying by vehicular means is higher than in other cities. Yeah. All right. Anyway, anywho, I was ending stream and then was telling you guys that I am moving. And so, yeah, that's what I got for you. That's the big news. Are you excited for White Lotus season 3? Hell yeah. Also, I am loving Severance. Duh, the last episode. Are you kidding me? I am really enjoying Invincible season 3. You know what I should do every stream, or at least like, I don't know, whenever I've watched something, I should just start off with, what am I watching? What is Caroline watching? So right now I'm watching Invincible. I'm watching Severance. I will be watching White Lotus. Started watching Hard Truths last night with Marianne John Baptiste. Gonna finish that tonight. And then I'm rewatching Twin Peaks. Please finish Law Chimera. I know. All right. I'm going to send you guys to Will, because I think he's doing Kingdom Come. I think it's a sponsor. So I'm going to pump those numbers. Anyway. Anywho, Kingdom Come, Thy Will Be Done. I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. And keep it fucking real, y'all. Until next time.